Lately, I've been trying to send you stories every day. But I feel like a large number of people who have signed up almost never come back to listen to the stories. I don't know where that is. Make you unhappy? I hope to receive comments and suggestions from you. And if you find the video good, please give me a like to give me more motivation. For those who have not yet subscribed, don't forget to click the subscribe button and press notification bell to wait for the next story. Now let's get into the story. Story 1. This happened a few months ago. My wife asked me to go to the store to grab a few things that we needed. No problem. Occasionally, when I leave the house, I'll go through the garage. So I grabbed my car keys and stepped from my kitchen into the garage. I hit the garage door button and stood there for a second waiting as it opened. I began walking through the garage and then ducked my head slightly to walk under the rising door. Then, I abruptly stopped immediately in my driveway. What stopped me? A man and a woman standing there in my driveway facing me about 2 feet away. This caught me completely off guard, as you can imagine. I had never seen these two people in my life. They weren't neighbors of mine. They looked as they didn't belong. The man looked as if something was bothering him, and honestly, I might have asked him what it was if I hadn't glanced at the woman and saw that she was cradling a plastic baby. She was shushing it as if it were crying. I quite literally was speechless. After a few seconds, I instinctively asked, "Can I help you?" The man looked all around him as if he were lost and said, "Can you give us a ride to the store?" I looked again at the woman, and she's still looking down, cradled and comforted her plastic baby. I responded as I walked around them to my car, "No, I can't do that." That was all I said. I didn't give a reason why, and it's ironic because that's where I was going. But I mean, no, hell no. I narrate scary stories for a living. There was zero chance that these people were getting in my car. The man looked mad at my response, almost as if a close friend of his had turned him down for the ride, like he didn't understand why I said no. As I got into my car and started the engine, I closed the garage door and waited there while it closed completely. The whole time I sat there, the man stared at me and the woman never looked up from the plastic baby. I kind of laughed a little bit because this was so incredibly random and bizarre. They started walking down the driveway and then down the sidewalk. I pulled out of the driveway and called my wife. She answered, "Hey baby, hey, make sure that the back door and the front door are locked, please. And the windows." "Why? What's wrong?" she asked. I told her what had happened and she did what I asked her to do. I stayed on the phone with her until I got to the store and told her to call 911 if anything weird happened and that I would be right back. Thankfully, the store was only a few minutes' drive from my house, but I couldn't stop thinking that the two people might return to my house. So I grabbed only one thing that was on the list and left as fast as I could. I called my wife back when I exited the store. "Hey, anything weird happened?" She replied, "No." We hung up, and as I was on my way home, I remembered that the man had asked for a ride to the store. Just as I remembered this, I saw them both on the sidewalk walking toward me. The woman holding the plastic baby was walking with her head down, and the man saw me and started walking into the middle of the road. I swerved and drove around them slowly. He gave me a pure look of anger as I did this, and I left them both in the rear view mirror. The two of them looked like they had just escaped an insane asylum, and it bothered me quite a bit that they knew where I lived. I called non-emergency and told a police officer what had happened. He thought it was really weird as well and seemed disturbed. He told me that he would have a patrol car look around the area. I never saw those two people again. Story 2. I work in the woods for a living, and I've seen a fair amount of odd things. Carvings in trees, old beat-up cars, random weird trash scattered throughout the woods, and a fair amount of animal carcasses. I've had instances where I've gotten spooked, but I can recall the scariest time. I was working with a few other people at the time, spaced out of sight but not out of earshot. I crossed over a little ridge at least 2 miles from the closest road in the middle of the woods, and I saw what looked like a full skeleton of a cow tied together with twigs and some twine. Whoever made it had fashioned it to be sitting on a log. They left a very neat pile of bones in front of the thing and nothing anywhere else. I saw it and about fainted. It was very odd considering how far we were off the road and how thick and steep it was. I ended up getting the folks I was with to come check it out. It was definitely the weirdest thing that any of us have ever seen. Story 3. I'm not a hunter, but I do a lot of hiking and mountain biking in the woods. Nothing has ever made me not want to go back, but there has been some really weird stuff. First, there's just a lot of weird stuff in the woods, like teepees, altars, shrines, etc. Some of it's pretty creepy, but I think most of it is just built by bored people who are just trying to make something creepy, so that makes it a little less scary. Among the strangest of these things that I've seen are a large clearing of trees with all but one entrance blocked off by webs of red strings, and a giant stone pentagram stretched across the clearing. A wooden tunnel leading into a small room containing defaced religious icons like a Buddhist statue, crucifixes, stars of David, etc. And dozens, maybe even hundreds of creepy Polaroid pictures hanging from the ceiling. Ones I remember include a close-up face shot of a girl sleeping, a guy brushing his teeth taken from outside of a window, and a photo booth strip of 2 girls where one of their faces are crossed out and "I'm glad you're dead" written with one word on each picture, and a number of weird little shrines with creepy scriptures printed or scrawled into them. But what's a lot scarier to me is stuff that isn't meant to be creepy, like the aforementioned things hopefully are. I once heard a distant panicked scream followed by a crashing sound. I couldn't tell from which direction it came from, and I didn't hear anything else. I have no idea what it was. I think the creepiest thing that I ever experienced was one time while walking home from school through the woods. I heard people talking in the distance, and I couldn't hear what they were saying, but they seemed to be arguing. They were quiet for a minute, and then I heard them again closer. The forest was really dense here, so although they sounded maybe 15-20 feet away, I couldn't see them or pinpoint exactly where they were. This time I could hear what they said. I heard a man say, "It's messed up, you guys always make me," and then a different man say, "Someone's coming," and then I heard a rustling noise. I came around a corner and expected to see them, but I didn't see anything or anyone. I kept walking, cautious and trying to be aware of my surroundings. About 10 feet past the corner, I saw something to the left of the trail that caught my eye. It was a bunch of stuff wrapped up in a big tarp. It wasn't completely wrapped up, and you could kind of see into it. All I could see was something glass, and I wanted to see what it was. I scanned the forest behind the tarp to make sure nobody was watching, and then stepped towards it. Suddenly I heard one of the men say, "Keep walking," very calmly. I looked back into the forest but still couldn't see anyone, and then I heard one last time, "Go." I looked for another second, still unable to see anyone, and then turned and kept walking like nothing had happened. I don't know what was going on, but the whole thing gave me the creepiest vibe I've ever gotten. Story 4. Frequent Colorado hunter here. If you go hunting, camping anywhere within a mile or 3 of any road, It's always spooky, and most of the scares can be attributed to other people doing stupid shit. But if you pack up and head in deep, past 10 or 12 miles from any road, then you will find the spooky stuff ends and the pleasant outdoors begin. People just won't go in that deep unless they're headed for a popular lake or a peak. Even then, they won't stray much from the trail. If you're in that far back and you do happen to bump into someone, they're usually just another outdoor enthusiast like yourself who's paid the price to get away from the crowd, and you'll make a quick friend. But once, while hunting way back in, we found a camp that seemed to be abandoned more than 5 years or so. But it was the location that was scary. It made no sense. It wasn't by any game trails, water or passes. It would be hard as hell to pack anything in there, and just difficult to hike to for any reason. There was no reason for where it was other than to get completely lost and off the grid. And it was well stocked with carefully constructed shelters, tables, a fireplace, and other amenities. The canned food that we found there was dated 5 years prior or more. And just the way the growth in the trees had moved in, you could tell no one had visited for years. Logs had been cut down and arranged all funny like in circles around the camp and fanning out for 30 or 40 yards. A lot of effort was put into it. There was also little wooden carved statues and carved symbols and shit everywhere. Some still hanging from branches. I've spent a lot of time in the outdoors, and very little will spook me. This spooked me, and how. We got out of there and promised not to hike that way again. I can find it on Google Earth, but you really can't pick anything out, and it makes me think it was planned that way. Trees for miles, so there's no way to land an aircraft of any kind. We thought maybe it was a growing farm, but there was no sign of marijuana plants anywhere. It wouldn't be a good climate anyways, that high up. Story 5. I was stationed in Seoul, South Korea several years ago. I was taking a shower in my room, and when I got out, the word "leave" was written in small letters in the fog on the bathroom mirror. I didn't have a roommate because NCO got their own private rooms. A little freaked out, I decided to do exactly that, leave. I went off post for some Korean BBQ and wandered the city a bit. I came back a couple hours later to find the barracks was evacuated and half burned to the ground. The fire was pinpointed to faulty electrical wiring that caught some insulation on the fire inside the walls. Something knew it was going to happen, and to this day, whatever that something was, it didn't want me to be in the middle of it. Story 6. I was 18 and my brother Chris was 16. I also have a brother James who was 5 at the time. We had just moved into an older house that used to be 3 apartments. We just about finished unpacking and we designated our bedrooms. James' room was directly above the living room with the staircase. James went up to discover his new room, and Chris and I took a short walk around the neighborhood. We got back and were sitting in the living room just talking. My mom says that she's going to go get pizza for dinner and then leaves. She took a fairly long time, which is normal. I think she really enjoys the small breaks that she gets when she can leave the house without James, and I never object to babysitting. Besides, James is plenty occupied with his new bedroom. Chris and I are just talking in the living room. James is super excited about his new bedroom. We hear him running and stomping around upstairs, opening and closing doors. Sometimes he slams the doors pretty hard, but whatever, he's just a kid. I assumed he fell asleep since the noise stopped eventually. I hear my mom's car pull up. I get up to meet her in the kitchen. My mom comes in carrying soda. James follows directly behind her, carrying the food. She took him with her to get dinner. So, who was upstairs running around? Chris and I just looked at each other, taking too long to comprehend what was happening. I lived in that house for 4 years, and that was the only time something really freaked me out. Story 7. I get insomnia. It was one of those nights when I was sitting out on my back porch about 4 and smoking a cigarette. It was one of those eerie nights where there is absolutely no breeze and it's just completely quiet outside. We have woods behind our house, and as I was sitting there, I see this person making his way through the canopy of trees, jumping from tree to tree, 30 or 40 feet in the air. I was absolutely stunned and just sat there dumbly, too afraid and confused to even get up and run inside the house. This person or thing or whatever it was stops directly behind my house and looks at me. At this point it's about 50 feet away and maybe 40 feet up in the air. It pauses for about 5 seconds staring in my direction. I'm absolutely certain that it wasn't an animal. Its body was human-shaped, and it definitely wasn't a raccoon, bear or any of the other things people have suggested it might have been, but the way it was moving through the trees definitely was not human. No human, I don't care how adroit they are, could move like that. It was too dark to make out much detail of the face, clothing or anything like that. After about 5 seconds of looking at me, it turns away and takes off the same way it had been going before, just leaping from tree to tree at a fast pace. Within a few more seconds, it was out of sight. Story 8. I was driving down a dark back road with zero light aside from my headlights when I was 16 years old. I was with my best friend, and we were joking and being teenagers when he says to me to look out for this box that was in the road. What I saw was a box slowly inching across the road. Now, this was a night with no wind in the PNW. There was clearly something in the box. I approached slowly, thinking maybe a raccoon or a cat was stuck underneath and needed help. As I'm pulling alongside it, my friend starts getting a little freaked out. I look at him and the car has stopped now, and I say, "Chill out. It might be an animal that's stuck or something." And he starts begging me to drive. I look over and I see that it's not a box at all. It's just a piece of cardboard, stood up on end, just inching towards our car, slowly. We were right next to it, so there was no strings pulling it, and there was no wind, so it couldn't be that either. It took a second to register that what I was seeing was normal, and once it did, I drove so fast out of there. To this day, I have no idea what it was that we saw. Story 9. I had just moved into a tiny town that was literally in the middle of nowhere, and had less than 100 people in total population. I was about 7 at the time, and I had overheard my parents talking about a dog that kept barking all night, keeping them up. I wanted to help them, so I went out looking for neighbors with dogs, to ask if they could maybe keep their dogs from barking all night long. So this particular town had a bad track record of houses catching on fire, so there were a lot of old, half-burned or ruined houses that had just been left to the earth. This particular incident happened with one of these ruined houses. As I'm walking around, I hear someone call out to me, and I turn to see a very beautifully kept lawn in front of a nice white 2-story house. There is a nice old-looking couple sitting in lawn chairs out front, and the woman is calling me over to her. I walk over to the fence. The woman asks me what I'm doing walking around by myself. I tell them about the dog, and ask if they know about it. The woman says that it's her dog, and she will try to keep it quiet from now on, and then offered me a full-sized Snickers bar. I took it. I know I don't take candy from strangers, but there was a fence, and also like I said it was a very small town, and I wasn't really afraid of anything happening. Feeling like I had accomplished my goal, I went home. At the time I really wanted to meet the Snickers, but it had melted on my walk back, so I stuck it in the freezer to chill. Then my friend comes over, and we head over to her house, and I forgot about the candy. Are you wondering how the ruined houses fit into this? Well, when I returned home from my friend's house, I tell my mom about the nice couple, and that they would keep their dog quiet. I tell her where the house was, and she looks at me really confused. What do you mean? There's not a house there. I would have shown the candy as evidence, but I had totally forgotten about it. After some back and forth, we agree to go on a walk tomorrow in the daytime, so I can show her which house I meant. The next day we walk down to where the house was, and there was no house there. The well-kept lawn was just overgrown weeds, and the house was nothing more than a pile of rubble. Only the fence remained. I ran home to show her the candy that I had just remembered about, and that was gone too. Was it possible that I was at a different house? I guess it has to be when I think about it. It has to be, because nothing else makes any sense. Even though deep down I know it was not a different house. I experienced something unnatural. Story 10. This is hard to explain, but I want to try. In my childhood home, my bedroom was on the second floor. Only one window. I was about 12, and my sister shared the room with me, but was at her dad's that night. I was getting ready for bed. My mom had me getting my pajamas and stuff ready, but the room was dark, and I hated when that happened, because I'd have to walk across the room to turn the light on, and it always scared me. I walked over to switch it on, and I saw this human-like type thing staring into my bedroom from outside my window. Its face was unlike anything I've ever seen in any movie, or literally anything else before. I was on the second floor too, and still somehow saw it so clearly that I remember telling my mom it was like it was floating. Again, it was too late, and I wasn't even close to being asleep at this point, so it definitely wasn't a dream or anything like that. I knew I saw something, and it always stuck with me. I stood and stared at it for a solid few seconds too, before bolting out of there. I remember the feeling as it stared back at me. I refused to sleep in my bedroom for about a whole year after that, and pretty much moved into the living room, and stayed away from the windows. Every time I think about it now, 10 years later, I still get freaked out. I still always need to make sure every part of all my windows are completely covered. I've only told my now fiancé about this, but wasn't able to explain it to them properly either. Obviously I know that this sounds, and is completely ridiculous, but I've still never been able to explain it, or the feeling it gave me. Finally got the strength to Google this a few months back, and read a bunch of stories about other people experiencing nearly similar things too. So that, at least, was slightly comforting. Story 11. I was house sitting for a period of about 3 weeks during my senior year of high school. The house was on a road that led pretty deep into the mountains, and I was only needed because a neighbor who lived about a half-mile down the hill got mad when the dogs barked at night. I dealt with some actual menaces, mainly scaring coyotes off the chicken coop. But the entire time I was there, I was never at ease. The house was 30 stories tall, with the main entrance on the porch at the second floor. The bottom floor was mainly like a basement with a pool table, and the door to the stairway was able to be locked, so I kept it like that. Finally, The top floor was just a master bedroom, and a balcony inside overlooking the living room. Every night before I slept, I would take the dogs around the house to check every corner, because I never felt like I was alone there. Finally, on the last night that I was doing this, the dogs and I finished checking the living room when the hairs on the back of my neck shot up, and I swear that someone was on the balcony and whispered, "It's a shame that you have to leave." I grabbed the pellet gun for the coyotes and sprinted back up there with the dogs, and there was nothing there. Everything was exactly as it had been the whole time I was there. Story 12. My family has just moved to a new house in the suburbs after living in the city for a few years. The day we moved in, my parents decided to repaint my sister's bedroom before they settled in completely. We started painting the room, but realized that we didn't have enough to finish one wall. My entire family left and went to the local Home Depot to get the same colored paint. When we came back to the house, there were 2 distinct handprints on my sister's wall that we had just painted. No one had entered the house, but somebody had left the prints like they would on a cemented sidewalk. Except these handprints did not look like a normal person's handprints at all. They were elongated beyond a normal man's fingers and pointed. My parents made me and my 2 sisters put our hands up against the dried handprints on the wall to make sure it wasn't one of us. As soon as they realized that we didn't pull any sort of prank, they started praying. I'm not going to lie, for a couple years that house was full of some haunted stuff that I can never explain. To this day, I tell my friends what had happened in there, but they never believe me. Attributing a young age to maybe seeing or hearing things. But honestly, nothing can explain a bed spontaneously catching fire while not being anywhere near any sort of outlet or open flame. Or the dried handprint on my sister's room. Story 13. When I was in 6th grade, my friend and I returned to school from a race at recess. We went to our class and found it locked, and when we looked through the windows, the light was off and all the chairs were stacked inside. We were really confused and checked both the gym and outside, but there was no sign of the rest of our class. We checked our classroom again just to make sure, but it was dark. We went to the office and asked where our class was, and the ladies in the office just kind of looked at us like we were crazy. They told us that they were still in the classroom. We told them that there was nobody in there, but they told us to return and go back to class. When we did go back, there was my class sitting in the chairs listening to the teacher lecture them. I don't know what happened that day, but it was very strange to say the least. Story 14. I'm not spiritual. I'm not aggressive. My girlfriend and I were at my mother's doing our laundry, the washing machine and dryer down in the basement. We head upstairs after loading everything up and get to the first floor. The stairs enter the first floor into the kitchen, which is connected to the living room by a door frame without a door and a small half wall that had decorations on it, which you can see over into the living room and vice versa to the kitchen. These decorations are always changing, and I think at the time there was a birdhouse, candlesticks, and most importantly for this story, some long-legged leg and arm dolls. These dolls did not look creepy while sitting with all the other decorations, but if you found it in an abandoned house or a similar creepy situation, you probably wouldn't like it. You definitely wouldn't touch it. We walked into the living room and I told my girlfriend I needed to grab something from the upstairs bedroom. The staircase to the second floor is small, only 8 steps, and are on the opposite side of the half wall to the kitchen, so right next to the decorations. I head up and grab whatever it was I was getting and start heading back to the stairs. When I get to the top of the stairs and look down, I see my girlfriend with her eyes wide open. Her mouth was slightly open in shock or awe. Her skin was pale, as if she was dying. She didn't make a noise at all. I'm moving down the stairs now semi-quickly, asking what's wrong and what she is seeing with no answer from her. And before I know it, I'm at the bottom of the steps with my hand on her throat. I was stunned. I immediately pulled my hand away when I noticed. It was not like a death grip, but I was holding on tight. I would never harm her, or anyone, especially in that type of a situation, or really any situation. I've never hurt her before. I've never choked someone before. I've never even been in a fight before. After I let go of her throat, she became more calm and was able to speak, but was still shook. I would be too if someone was just choking me. She said that the doll was sitting with all the decorations looking at her. It was facing away as she watched me trot up the stairs, and as I was coming back, she glanced toward the decorations, and the doll's head turned and looked at her. It turned as fast as a finger snap or a blink. She knows that I would not hurt her, and was confused as to my reaction of her being completely frightened. As was I. In my mind, I was moving down the stairs and asking what was wrong. I cannot explain what she saw, or why my reaction was to grab her neck. It's like I was controlling myself. My reaction was confusion and asking what's wrong. I'm not spiritual at all. If spirits, gods, and demons are real, then that might explain what had happened. Other than that, I have no idea. After it happened, we had both calmed down, and I remember looking at the doll. It was looking back at me. It felt evil. Sinister. Story 15. I was working at a Starbucks in a busy metro area. It was being renovated, but we have a really tiny crappy setup with which to sling drinks around temporarily. There was a bunch of partitions which made it creepy, so everyone felt like it was haunted. One day, the phone rang, and one of the supervisors answered it and said that a woman said she was locked in the bathroom and couldn't get out. That actually has happened in the store before, so I went and checked, and both bathrooms were empty. When we tried to star 69 the phone number, we kept getting a disconnected error. I honestly thought that the supervisor was full of crap because I just generally hated him. Then, a few minutes later, the phone rang again, and I answered it. There was a woman on the phone who sounded really distressed. She asked for a legenda, who was another supervisor, and left maybe 20 minutes earlier. I asked who she was, and she screamed, her mother. So I apologized and said that she had clocked out and wouldn't be back in, and she screamed, "She's my daughter. I need to talk to her." She was clearly very distressed and crying. I tend to mind my own business. Family drama is family drama, and I wouldn't want someone to make a big deal about it. So I just texted Ollie when I got off work, and said her mom called and sounded really upset. She immediately called me and told me her mom had been dead for years and wanted to know who had called the store. She sounded hysterical, and it really creeped me out, especially because someone had died in one of the bathrooms a few years earlier. They were doing drugs and overdosed. Either a very good actress who had personal information on the store was calling, or for 20 minutes our Starbucks landline was open for the dead to connect to the living. I get creeped out just talking about it. Story 16. I stopped for the night at a motel in the middle of Pennsylvania, but was too tired to initially care about how shady the place felt. It was still a chain motel, but you had to drive through a long unlit road to get to the entrance. I'm in the bathroom hand washing a shirt, and felt a coldness up my back. I ignored it at first, but then felt weird and was creeped out by then. I walked out of the bathroom to calm down, and then I finally see it. There's blood on the wall. It wasn't much, but it was definitely there, and it was dried. My girlfriend had the idea to push a chair up against the doorknob so that we could sleep knowing that we'd be a bit safer. It must have been about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning when we woke up to someone trying to open the door. It was even like a drunk person stumbling around looking for their room. It was a quieter, stealthy attempted break-in. Whoever it was tried, and couldn't get in, and then they left. There wasn't much sleeping that night. There's no chance we'll return to that motel. Story 17. I went to my backyard to take my dog out to the bathroom one night over the summer, and I also had to pee, so I went over by a tree to relieve myself. While I was peeing, I heard someone whistle at me. I thought it must have been my imagination or the neighbors or something, but then they whistled again, and I realized they were standing somewhere behind me. I froze in fear for about 10 seconds until I yelled for my dog and ran inside. I told my dad, the only other person at home, so he went outside with a gun and a flashlight, but there was no one there, of course. The next day I went out there, and I noticed that some of the bush's limbs were pushed back and broken off in some places right where they were standing. I still have no idea who it was. It scared the hell out of me. Story 18. It was around 2 o'clock in the morning. I took my clothes off and went to sleep. A minute later, something hit me in my head. It was one of my socks. When I take them off, I throw them in the corner of my room, so someone threw it back at me, but there was no one in my room when I turned the light on. It may not sound so scary, but you weren't there. No, there were no fans in my bedroom. There was no way that my sock could have hit me in the head unless someone was in my room. Story 19. I went camping with 2 friends a few years ago. We went pretty far away from civilization. The nearest town had a population of 30 people, and was an hour away from the lake where we were at. It was cool. I usually try to get away while camping, but this was the most extreme to date, and you could feel it. During the first night the 3 of us were sleeping in the tent, when I woke up to the noise of something brushing against the tent. Our tent was around 5 feet tall at its peak, and whatever it was outside the tent was brushing against it near the top. I have never in my life been filled with such true fear. I've camped a lot, and I've had some run-ins with bears and other animals, and I've been scared before, but this feeling was different. I knew that it wasn't an animal outside. I stayed laying there completely still with my heart beating out of my chest, as whoever this was methodically brushing against the tent. It wasn't making any other noise. It was just going back and forth, as if they knew I was awake, and that it was scaring the hell out of me. I put my finger up to my face and made the SHHH gesture, before slowly poking my friend who was sleeping facing me. He heard the noise immediately, and his face dropped. He was wide awake looking at me as we just stared at each other wide-eyed. He spent a lot of time growing up on a reserve, in the accompanying mostly untouched land in coastal BC, but later explained that he never experienced anything like this before. So we laid there for a minute wide awake, practically shaking with fear, and then we both wake up in the morning. We woke up at the same time, and immediately started asking what the hell that was last night, what had happened. We both felt so awake at the time, and we were having trouble understanding how we just fell asleep. We explained it to our other friend, as he woke to us frantically recapping the evening. When we left the tent and went back to the site, everything looked normal. There was a half-full box of Ritz crackers that we had left out untouched. The one thing that did look different is we had left a stack of red plastic cups out on the table, and they were all melted on one side, to the point where we couldn't pull them out, 'cause they had a new indented mold. We spent the whole day trying to figure out how possibly that could have occurred. It makes no sense. It was nowhere near a fire. One of my friends fell very ill as the day went on. We decided to leave that site after that next night, and camp the other 2 nights of our planned trip at a more populated site closer to home, as we were all very, very uneasy about what had transpired. I'm not even sure what I think happened. All I know is that this is the creepiest feeling that I ever felt. Whenever myself and the friend who I woke up with get together, the conversation ends with what the hell happened that night. Story 20. I got a very creepy phone call once. A distraught woman called me one day demanding to know where her son was, who had been missing for weeks. I had no idea who she was, and I certainly didn't know her son, and she was actually calling from another state that I had never been to. I asked her how she got my phone number, and she said that she found it written on a piece of paper along with my full name in her son's desk drawer. Needless to say, I was creeped out. I really didn't think that I could help her in any way, so I politely ended the conversation. For a while after that, I thought that I would be getting a surprise visit from some detectives or something, because all of a sudden it felt like I was connected to something sinister. But nothing ever came of it, and I never heard from the woman again. Story 21. When I was around 9 or 10 years old, my family had a big family reunion at my great-aunt's house, a giant Victorian-era mansion with a huge backyard. I remember there was nobody there my age, and all the adults became eventually drunk, so I wandered around the house and quickly found the upstairs library that I thought was neat, because it also had a back hallway with a tiny bedroom and full bathroom. I remember I was sitting on the library rug, I think playing with a black and gold check printing machine, when a kid in the hallway suddenly said, "You're not supposed to play with guns, Bill." I wasn't playing with guns, and my name wasn't Bill, but I thought cool, another kid my age. I looked back and didn't see anything. Then I hopped up and went around the door, but there was no one there. I went down the stairs and found my mom and asked if she had seen a kid my age, to which she said no. I looked all around, and there was no other kids my age. Fast forward, when I was a late teenager, my mother told me that her father, named Bill, who had died before I was born, had killed his friend with a gun accidentally when he was 13, in that house. Nobody ever talked about it in the family. Fast forward 40 more years. I was now driving with my great-aunt, Bill's sister, who had stayed in that house until she was 90, back to her assisted living apartment. She was about 105 years old. I asked where Bill had shot that kid, and she said it was in the upstairs library. Story 22. This happened 3 years ago. I was half asleep, and felt like I was being watched. I woke up completely and looked out my window, and saw an old man hunched over, looking into my window, standing in the middle of my backyard. He was looking right at me. I rubbed my eyes, and when I looked again, he was walking towards my window. I got up out of bed and was frozen standing in my bedroom. The old man smiled at me, and then dropped below the window out of sight. I didn't sleep that night, or the night after, and I never saw the man again. Story 23. I went on a Tinder date a couple years ago. Everything started out relatively normal. We met at a nice downtown restaurant for dinner. She was even prettier in person, and the conversation was flowing. However, it didn't take long for me to realize that she was a very private person. For example, she would not tell me her last name, where she worked, or say anything at all about her family. She made it clear that she was protecting herself, and honestly, I don't blame her. I shrugged it off and the date continued. She took great interest in the fact that I was in seminary, studying to be a pastor. That was nice because usually, that's a deal breaker for most women, at least in my experience. Towards the end of our meal, she confessed something to me. "I have something to tell you," she said, "but please don't think I'm crazy." I braced myself for whatever she was about to say. She explained that she recently moved into a new apartment. She lived alone, which was also a new thing. Though she couldn't put her finger on it, she was convinced that there was a presence of a sinister and paranormal nature in her apartment. She had hardly slept since she moved in, because she was plagued with constant nightmares and strange occurrences. I could see the fear and exhaustion in her eyes. She seemed quite sincere. "I can tell you're a good guy," she said. She elaborated that I seemed trustworthy and had a calming presence. "I know how this sounds, but would you please come back home with me tonight? Honestly, I'm just scared to go back there alone. I am not looking for sex." I was really taken back by this. It's not every day I get asked to spend a night with a beautiful woman whom I had just met. I figured she was either telling the truth, or she picked a really odd way to initiate sex. Either way, the night would be interesting. We talked for a bit longer, and I agreed to spend the night with her. I followed her home, and when I walked into her apartment, I was immediately struck with bad vibes. There was just something ominous about that place. I didn't want to freak her out, so I kept these feelings to myself. I said a quick prayer, and followed her to the bedroom. She wasn't kidding about the sex. I tried my luck, but was met with swift rejection. We kissed and cuddled for a bit, nothing too crazy, and then she fell asleep. I just laid there for a while in the silent darkness, lost in thought. Sometime later, I 100% heard someone walking down the hallway, outside of the room. The door was closed, however, so I couldn't see anything. I was definitely frightened, but my curiosity got the better of me, so I went to investigate. Slowly, I opened the door. I looked to my left, and then to my right. Nothing. I walked downstairs to check out the rest of the apartment. Nothing. Nothing. I went back upstairs to check the bathroom and the guest bedroom. Nothing. When I walked out of the guest room, which was right across from my date's bedroom, I looked to my left and to my right again. At the end of the hallway, I saw a black figure standing there perfectly still. It was almost like a shadow, but I could discern that it was, in fact, a three-dimensional figure. This figure was very large in stature. There's no way it could have been my date. She was maybe 5'1" at best. I ran back into my date's room. To my horror, she wasn't in bed where I left her. I called out her name, but there was no response. I had just walked through the entire apartment, so it literally made no sense to me that she wasn't there. The bed was low to the ground, so she couldn't be under it. The closet was opened also, and it was packed with boxes, so I knew that she wasn't there either. The window was shut tight, Plus it was the second story. She had vanished. I grabbed my wallet, my keys, and my cell phone, and ran out of the apartment in nothing but my underwear. The shadowy figure was gone. I jumped in my car and sped away. I never heard from her again. Her Tinder profile was deleted the next day, and she never responded to any of my texts. To this day, I have no idea what the hell happened that night. I also never went back to her apartment. This was hands down the most terrifying, inexplicable thing that ever happened to me. Story 24. I was sitting on my bed, trying to ignore the texts my abusive ex was sending me. I was dating my now husband, and my ex didn't take kindly to it. He was sending me text after text, switching between being apologetic and threatening me. I was sitting on the bed. The headboard was against the window, and I was leaning on it. Eventually, I grabbed my phone and text back, telling him to stay the hell away from me, when I hear his message tone go off right behind me. I turn around, open the curtains, and he was sitting right there in the bushes. Story 25. This was a few years ago. I lived in an apartment, and in my room, if you looked out the window, you could see another building that had a lot of offices, and every night, I would be able to see a black figure just standing there watching me. It was scary as hell. I tried flashing a light at it a few times to see a person or something, but it was just a black figure, and sometimes it would move. As soon as the sun would start setting, I would close the blinds, and I did that for a few months, and eventually, the black figure didn't show up anymore. To this day, I still have no idea what or who it was, and it still creeps me out. Story 26. I woke up one morning and started making eggs. I'm half asleep still, frying eggs, and I look to the right to the living room, and this old lady is standing there right outside the window staring at me, and she looked brain dead. Eventually, she moved and disappeared out of sight. I went outside to find her, but she was gone, and I have never seen her since. Story 27. We have an old farm that we let animal rescue keep rescued abused horses on. One of the horses, a gigantic Clydesdale named Harvey, had a badly scarred, half-skeletal looking face. He was a walking nightmare, despite being about as dangerous as a wet saltine. One spring, I was sleeping with the window open because I wasn't quite warm enough for the AC. I was woken up by a nuzzling on my leg and assumed it was one of my cats. Then I realized, wait, my cats shouldn't be in here. My windows are open, and I know I left my bedroom door closed. So I opened my eyes, and there is Harvey the horse, eating my blanket. I sat up and screamed, causing him to startle and rip my window out of my wall. My pulse was elevated, to say the least. Story 28. My company would put us up in the Shiloh in downtown when we were in Salt Lake City. A co-worker of mine was awakened in the middle of the night by sounds of a bunch of kids in the hallway. It went on for longer than he could tolerate, so he opened the room door to tell them to shush, only to find the hallway empty. He could still hear the children, so figuring that they were in an adjoining room, he called down to the front desk to complain. The man at the front desk claimed to be certain there were no kids staying on that floor, and that he was certain the noise would subside in a little bit. He offered to send up some earplugs if it did continue. My co-worker was a bit annoyed. How can you say there are no kids here when I'm hearing kids? The next day, when he was checking out, a different clerk made the mistake of asking the routine question. Was everything satisfactory with your stay? My co-worker gave her an earful about the noisy children and how the other clerk had dismissed his complaints. The clerk looked a little uncomfortable and said in a half-whisper, "We are not supposed to talk about our history with guests. Please do a Google search for Rachel David, and you'll understand what happened to you. We get similar complaints every few weeks, and we try to never put kids on that floor." In the van on the way to the airport, he read on his phone the story of how a mother, Rachel David, had tossed her 7 children off of the 11th floor balcony of the hotel, and then called the international dunes to their deaths before jumping herself. Story 29. My wife and I stayed in a pretty well-known hotel in London. The rooms were pretty nice, but had a door which allowed someone to travel between our room and the one next to us. To do so, you needed to open the door in my room, and then someone had to open theirs in the neighboring room. There was only one handle on each door. One night I woke up in the middle of the night and thought I saw something moving around. It being the dark in the middle of the night, I just thought it was my wife and dismissed it. The next morning, I found our side of the door cracked open. Story 30. My mom was traveling for work and sat next to a man, a fellow business traveler, on the plane. They had a casual conversation and exchanged business cards. Later that evening, she's in her hotel watching TV and gets a phone call from the front desk that her husband is there and that they want to know if they can give him a key to the room. She told them that she wasn't married. They called her down to the front after the man had left, and she identified him on the security camera. It was the guy that she had met on the airplane. Story 31. I was traveling out of the country right after finishing up a huge 5-day work event, where I had about 10 hours of sleep total during the 5 days. I got to the motel, which is kind of run down, and the carpet and blankets are damp, but I'm so exhausted that I don't really care, and I don't really think about it. I fall asleep pretty much immediately at like 8 p.m. At maybe 11 p.m. or so, I get a call from the front desk saying that there's been a complaint about noise. I tell them that that's impossible, that I've been sleeping. They ask me if maybe it's someone else in the room, and I tell them no, I'm here alone, so there's definitely no one else making the noise, not from my room at least. They ask me again if I'm sure. I'm very frustrated at this point, and I say yes, and then go back to sleep immediately once we hang up the phone. When I woke up in the morning and thought about it some more, I realized how weird the entire interaction was. There was absolutely no noise that I could hear anywhere nearby, and I don't know why the motel staff would need to clarify so many times that I was alone. Apparently, they never called, so I assume it must have been someone calling the different rooms to see who was in the rooms and how many people. I've never been so glad that the rooms come with that extra chain lock. Story 32. When I was like 14 or 15, I went with my family to Las Vegas, and we stayed off the main strip in a 2-bedroom suite. It was a smaller casino hotel. My parents left to go out and enjoy the night while I stayed with my younger siblings. They slept in the bedrooms and I was in the living room watching TV. I think I dozed off at around midnight, and when I woke up, I was in the stairwell, outside of the hotel room. I wasn't wearing shoes. I had no cell phone, no room key. I went to the front office and told them that I was locked out of my room, and thankfully they believed me and let me back in. I still don't know why I was out there or what the hell happened. To this day, I have never sleepwalked. Nobody has ever told me that I sleepwalk. I don't know what happened. Maybe that night I did. Maybe something happened during those hours that I cannot remember. But it was creepy enough for me to share. Probably the most bizarre thing that's ever happened to me. Story 33. I arrived late at a hotel for a business trip. The flight had a malfunction, so we had to land. They fixed it on the tarmac, and we never deplaned. Room already paid for, confirmation number in hand, etc. I got there about 5 hours after I was supposed to be there. Of course, they gave away my room. I already wasn't happy from all the delays, and I wasn't going anywhere. The event I was there for was in their hotel. I wanted my room. I was polite, but resolutely firm. They did some scrambling and asked if I would consider a damaged room that was under construction. As long as the sheets are clean so I can go to bed, I don't care, was my response. Mistake. The room they gave me was literally a crime scene. The case had been closed, so there was no legal issue to contend with. But someone had been killed, or at least nearly killed, in that room. They had primed over the blood stains on the walls and the ceiling, but had only taped down semi-clear plastic over the pooled blood on the carpets. Multiple small holes in the walls had obviously been patched and sanded, but they were multiple small holes in the walls. They gave me a completely new bed and TV from on-site inventory, so I was comfortable. But man, it was creepy as hell. The creepiest part was the priming job. It was so obviously blood splatter all over the walls. You could still see the pink underneath the white. You could see where the person had been hit, and where they fell. You could also see how they tried to get up, and where they had finally collapsed. Story 34. I checked into a hotel on vacation. Everything was going all right. I woke up one night to erratic movement of the door handle, as if someone was trying to get in, or break the door down. It always happened in the dead of the night when I was in a deep sleep. As soon as I woke up, it would stop. I spoke to a hotel manager about it, and he told me it was a patient who was recently released from a mental institution, who does this as he still thinks he's locked up in the institute. A combination of not taking his medication and sleepwalking makes him randomly try to open and kick down the doors within the hotel. The family was very wealthy and connected, and the manager didn't want to kick up a fuss for chucking out someone who can shut his business down very quickly and easily. I left after only 1 week, because it seemed to get worse every night. Story 35. This story still makes me shudder. We were traveling with another couple who had budget restrictions, and we needed to find a last-minute place to stay in Las Vegas. We had been looking forward to a nice hotel with a pool to kick it by and just chill out. They couldn't afford it, so they found a super cheap Airbnb with a pool. We were trying to be good, flexible travelers, so we agreed to compromise. As we were driving to the place, I tried to ignore the increasing amount of poverty and strung out people on drugs on the street looking lost. I pulled into the apartment lot, and I said nothing. My husband and I looked at each other. It looked like a seedy apartment place from District 13. As we walked into the building, I was overcome by the smell. It was sweet, and at the same time, horrible beyond belief with a layer of perfume on top. My body would not let me breathe in the smell, and I had to cover my mouth with my shirt sleeve in order to breathe. I was on the tail end of the flu, so I had been nauseous for days and figured I was just being sensitive. We hurried to see the pool, and it had a big sign, under renovation. Covering my mouth as we went back into the building, we checked out our apartment. It was clean, and the smell didn't permeate into it, so we agreed to stay. That next morning, I woke up having had the worst dreams of my life. People getting stabbed and shot. Constant horror all night in my head. My husband seemed interested in what I had dreamt about, and I didn't want to get into it, so I just said it was people being hurt. When we got home in a couple of days, I brought up the smell in the hallway. It wasn't until then that my husband told me that it was the odor of a decaying human body. Oh, thank you very much for telling me. My husband is a paramedic, so he knew for sure what the smell was. He smells the worst smells known to humanity on a weekly basis. Story 36. At university, I used to work through the night to get projects finished, but would break at around 2 a.m. to go for a walk. The city where I studied had excellent footpaths that meant you could walk from anywhere to anywhere without crossing a single road. The path system had bridges and underpasses. One night, when my final project was compiling for whatever reason, I went walking and found what I thought was a glove at the entrance to an underpass. Further inside was what looked like some refuse sacks. But something felt really wrong, so being an indestructible, naive 20-year-old, I investigated to find that the glove was actually a severed hand, and the refuse sacks were a dismembered body. One quick phone call to the police later, and I missed my deadline being questioned by the police. Story 37. When I was 15, my much older cousin was going through a nasty divorce. She and her 2 little boys fled from her abusive husband and moved very far away to be closer to us, the rest of her family. Her husband ended up following her to our town and rented a room from a guy that he knew from years back. He was threatening her and the kids almost daily. I drove with my cousin to pick up her son from school one afternoon. She walked in and was told by the teacher that their father had collected them earlier that day. She completely freaked out and drove straight to the police station, where she begged them to accompany her to the apartment to get her kids back. We drove there with the 2 police officers in tow. When we arrived, an older lady was there banging on the door, saying that she hadn't heard from her son, the guy that owned the apartment, in days, and that she was worried. His car wasn't there, but she knew something wasn't right. Police eventually break in the door after speaking to the neighbors and hearing stories of a fight a few nights ago and probably the awful smell coming from the inside. We found the guy he was living with dead, rolled up in a carpet behind the couch. I still remember the top of the head just barely sticking out of the rug when we all noticed it. They found her husband that afternoon in the victim's car with the 2 boys, thankfully unharmed. He tried to use the guy's credit card to rent a car, but he probably knew that they would be looking for that one too. Story 38. I had plans to take my grandma out to lunch one day. I showed up at her house at noon as I normally did, but she didn't answer the door. I walked around and entered her house through the back door. I found her body in the living room. She had been murdered. There was blood covering the walls and the ceiling. It still haunts me to think about it. Story 39. A friend of mine had recently joined the police. She went through her training and it's her first week on the job. She gets called out to this house as the neighbors reported not seeing the man for a couple of weeks. They get the spare key off a certain neighbor who was the last to see him. They enter his house and it is hot as hell in there. All the windows are shut and all of the heaters are on full blast. The police go into the front room and find the guy face down on the couch. His skin had melted off and he was molded to the couch. He was literally mush. It turns out the guy who had let the police in had murdered him, then arranged all the heaters to be on him so that all of the forensic evidence on his skin was destroyed. It was only after a few of his backstory lies didn't add up that they realized that it was this guy that had orchestrated the whole thing. Story 40. A few years ago, when I was away in college, I went out to a party one night and got back to my dorm really late. At the time, I had my own bedroom. When I was in the bedroom, I had this weird feeling that someone was in there with me. I checked my closet, under my bed, etc., to make sure no one was playing a trick on me, but I could not shake the feeling off of me. It got so unbearable that I had to keep the light on. At one point, I heard laughing and just got so creeped out between hearing the laughing and feeling as if someone was in there with me. Eventually, I decided to just sleep in the living room, which had a very different vibe. At about 4 a.m., I made a Facebook post something along the lines of "My bedroom is definitely haunted," and then finally went to sleep. Oddly enough, I had a dream about my great-great-aunt, and she was the youngest that I had ever seen her. I awoke the next day and a roommate comes up to me and says, "I saw your Facebook status. Do you know what happened last night?" Completely confused, I asked her to explain. Apparently, while I was out that night in my room, they heard laughing and the door shaking, and when 2 of my roommates entered, there was no one there and they started freaking out. This all happened a few hours before I came back. Of course, my family saw the Facebook post and asked me a bunch of questions when I came home. My grandmother made the weirdest point. The night I posted the status was my great-great-aunt's birthday. The one I had dreamt about. Story 41. One afternoon in college, I came back from classes and decided to sit on the couch and have a snack. After that, I just passed out. I had a nightmare of some bloody-faced demon thing screaming in my ear at the top of its lungs. I woke up and went about the rest of my day. My roommate comes back later that night and goes into his room as I'm sitting in the main living room area. At some point, he lets out this random startled scream, which leads to me running down the hall to see what's going on. He looks at me and says, "I swear to God, someone with a bloody face just peeked their head into the window." I never told him about the nightmare I had earlier in the day. I didn't sleep for 2 days. Nothing ever happened again. Story 42. I was walking home one evening and was up on the road from my house about 5 minutes walk away. As I'm walking, I see this guy go up an alley, apparently not seeing something he was hoping to see, and turned around. We briefly made eye contact, but there was nothing to it, and he was walking really slowly. By the time I had walked another 30 seconds down the road, I looked back as I was turning the corner, and he had only just emerged back from that alley. I'm now heading down the road leading to my street, and there's a guy getting into his truck with his wife. The truck is facing up the street in my direction. He flashes his headlights, which I didn't quite understand, and then I hear a scuff behind me. The guy from the alley is right behind me, like within arm's reach. Even though I heard nothing until he was right there, I'm pretty sure I visibly jumped upon seeing him so close, and he's walking like an absolute demon. I mumble a greeting out of pure reflex and start to cross to the other side of the road, removing my backpack in the process. He didn't respond to my greeting or even look at me. He's just looking dead ahead like I'm not even there. He just starts running as soon as I moved. He bolts down the road and turns right into another alley, and I hear some banging on a wooden fence. As I walk past the alley about 30 seconds later, I take a glance and it's empty. He must have jumped over a fence or something. I still don't know how that guy moved so fast to catch up to me in such a short space of time, nor how I did hear him. I've got some pretty good hearing, and he must have been sprinting to catch up to me. Story 43. I work at several attractions for the Big Mouse that has tourist destinations in Orlando and Anaheim. When I first started working for the Mouse, I learned that most of the buildings were haunted in one form or another. Generally, I take this stuff with a grain of salt. Show me the science or prove it to me, then I'll believe. I've had 2 separate encounters with 2 ghosts in 2 different attractions, and let me tell you, I believe a hell of a lot more now. In a slow-moving journey through time, you come across a scene where a famous painter is laying on his back, painting the ceiling of a building. There is a ladder going up to that scene, and the rumor was that a maintenance guy had a heart attack during his shift one night and dropped at the base of the ladder. No one found him until the next morning, and he was already dead. It became a tradition upon closing the ride for the night to tell him good night, or else havoc would come down upon the ride the next day. Silly, I know, but we all just played along. I never really believed it. Everything seemed very circumstantial. On one particularly slow day, I was riding through the attraction when all of a sudden it stopped in that scene I mentioned earlier. Now, if you've ridden this ride, you'll know that it's basically a train car with 2 rows. Well, as far as I could see ahead of me, there was no one. As far as I could see behind me, there was no one. The ride system is pretty sophisticated. When someone hops out, there are pressure-sensitive mats on one side that trigger the ride to stop and show on our ride display screen exactly where it is. On the other side of the ride vehicle, there are photoelectric beams that also give the exact location of this intrusion, as we call them. Now, we stop this ride pretty often. Someone takes too long to get into the ride vehicle, stop it, and then start it back up again. Well, in this case, they started speaking over the intercom into the entire ride. That usually means someone is out of a vehicle somewhere on the ride. A few minutes into sitting there, I start to hear keys jingling. 2 sets headed in my direction. I'm completely alone, and here come my fellow Mouse employees looking rather concerned. Did you jump out? Of course I hadn't, to which I told them. They look at each other and back at me, both looking from the opposite directions they came from. Did you see anyone? I hadn't. It was just me. The mat and the I-beam were both triggered in this scene. We all just stare at each other and sort of whisper the ghost's name at each other. They leave, and within 5 minutes, we are moving again. But I never rode alone again. Experience number 2. This one was about the ride mission, Space. Another attraction I work at is a motion simulator that spins and creates G-forces to simulate space flight. When the attraction first opened, there was only one option. The story goes that a mother brought her child in to experience the attraction, and when the attraction had finished, the child was unresponsive. Emergency services were called, and it was later discovered during the child's autopsy that he had an undiagnosed heart condition. This much is true. There's a fellow Mouse employee that was working on that day and remembers the story. Multiple other Mouse employees have looked up the story, myself included. Since then, it's been said that the ghost of that little boy likes to hang around in the ride room, where he died. There are multiple reports of hearing him laughing during opening procedures, of him calling out for his mom, of the sensors going off before the ride starts, and upon checking the cameras, there being stuff in front of it that definitely wasn't there before, since we check all of the cameras before the ride starts. Again, I'm usually very skeptical about this sort of thing. One morning, I'm scheduled for an opening shift, which doesn't normally happen due to my low seniority. I show up and go to open ride room number 3, which is the room where this little boy met his tragic end. During opening checks, there is one person in each of the 4 rooms, all completing the same tasks. Ride rooms 1 and 2 are connected by a small closet, and ride rooms 3 and 4 are similarly connected by a small closet. We usually don't chat in the mornings with the person opening the other ride room, since we are all trying to get through our checklist as quickly as possible. I get to the part where I'm about to run the ride and check for errors at the end of my checklist, and go in to start closing up my vehicles. It gets pretty loud in there, to the point where if we need to get someone's attention, we have to raise our voices. I start to check my ride vehicles, and close the first 2 of the 10. That's when I start hearing laughing of a little boy. At this point, I'm pretty sure it's one of the other openers playing a joke on me, so I move on. I go to check the next 2. They're good, so I close them. I hear the laughter again, closer and louder this time. I turn around to check over my shoulder, and there's a faint flicker of movement from the corner of my eye. So I go to check and see what it is. There's nothing there. At this point, I'm spooked. I hurry and check the rest of my ride vehicles, close them up, and do a final check of my ride room before closing everything up and setting the ride to start. I hear the giggling again, turn around like last time, and there's a faint shimmer disappearing down the hallway. Of course, I chase it to see what was there. It turns out to be nothing again, so I go to the other ride room to see who is opening over there, a girl that I've worked with before quite a bit. She normally opens and tells me that she'd had similar experiences where it feels like someone is watching you, or just out of the corner of your eye. You can see something, but there's nothing there, and that the laughing sometimes gets to be downright creepy. Multiple people have encountered this little boy ghost at various times during the day, mostly under the conclusion that he's lonely. Story 44. A few years ago, I was living in a fairly nice apartment complex, having a cigarette on my balcony around 3 a.m. on a Tuesday night. I'm usually on my phone, but I get this weird chill and looked up to see a middle-aged man walking down the sidewalk across the complex. It struck me that he did not belong here, and I realized that he was one of the residents. As I was thinking this, he suddenly stopped and looked right at me, making nearly way too long eye contact, and then rushed off between buildings in the opposite direction of my apartment. I told my husband about it and joked that if we get a knock on our door in the next 15 minutes, we can assume it's that creeper. Sure as hell, 10 minutes later, there's this quiet, faint tap, tap, tap on our door. My eyes probably popped out of my head, and my husband jumped up to grab his gun from the other room. I slowly walked up to the door to look through the peephole, holding my breath, and there was the man I had seen looking right at me through the peephole. I know he wasn't able to actually see me, but the image of him looking right into my eyes still freaks me out to this day. My husband walked up to the door, stared through the peephole, and shouted, "What do you want?" in this threatening voice. Apparently the man had his hand on the doorknob and jerked back in surprise to hear a man's voice. The guy asked for Jeremy or some made-up name, and my husband told him to leave. After bullshitting a little longer, the guy finally walked downstairs, only to peer up into the living room window from the lawn. I closed the blinds, and he moved over to stare at me through the balcony door. He didn't move on until after I shut that one too. We called security and gave a clear description and everything. A few days later, we got a report from our complex that an apartment had been robbed around the same time that night. What keeps me up at night is this question. If you're going to rob an apartment, why would you go to one that you definitely know a woman is awake and at home, seemingly alone? Maybe that's not what he had in mind at all. Story 45. My bedroom is on the second floor of the house. There's no patio, porch, or overhang of any kind beneath my windows. A couple of years ago, I was watching TV in bed around 2 a.m. and heard a louder than usual animal sound. Not uncommon to hear squirrels running around on the roof from time to time. Didn't think much of it. It kept on happening and started to sound awfully close to the window and not on the roof. I ignored it for a pretty long time. After at least 40 to 45 minutes of being irritated by the noise, I banged on the wall in hopes of scaring them off until I could get to sleep. Just 2 quick bangs with my fist, which were answered with 2 bangs on the wall right next to the window from outside. Needless to say, I about had a heart attack and jumped out of bed. Now, my living room has a bay window and is on the other end of the house, so I could look out that window from the side and see my bedroom window. I hustle downstairs and peek out and I see a guy standing in front of my house below my bedroom window, and he's holding a knife and he's petting the front of my house. I call the police and wait. He never leaves my bedroom window, and even when they roll up and ultimately disarm and arrest him, he doesn't struggle at all. Story 46. Not me specifically, but my mother used to work at a hotel in Washington, D.C. back in the 90s as a housekeeper or a maid. She needed money because she was a refugee from Vietnam. Even though she didn't know much English at the time, she knew enough to get by at her job, and all the other staff and hotel guests loved her because of how sweet she was. Because of this, anytime high-profile guests such as the Backstreet Boys would stay at the hotel, the manager always sent my mom to clean the room since she was very good at it. One day, a guest came. We'll refer to him as Mr. M because I don't know his real name. He checked into their most expensive suite. As usual, the manager told my mom to take care of the room. As she got there, there was a do not disturb sign, so she told the manager she would come back later. What was weird was that no one was ever allowed in his room. The man stayed there for over a month, and not one time did he let staff come in to clean. However, he paid a lot and gave a warm welcome every time he passed a staff member, so no one paid him any attention. Then one day, people didn't see him anymore, so they assumed he checked out, even though the receptionist had no account of this. Since it had been so long since the room was cleaned and the do not disturb sign wasn't on the door anymore, the manager told my mom to go check it out and try to clean up what she could. As she got to the floor and unlocked the door to the room, a very disturbing smell hit her. She couldn't figure out what it was, but she continued to survey the room, which was disgustingly messy. Her words were that it looked like someone had thrown a rave, even though no other guests seemed to have ever gone into the room besides Mr. M. It looked like Mr. M had deserted the place without telling anyone. My mom was still shocked by the smell, so she tried to track it down. As she followed the smell, she could tell that it was coming from the hotel room closet. When she opened the closet, there was nothing but a cardboard box on the ground from which the smell was resonating. My mother's first instinct was to open the box to see what it was and to throw it away. When she opened the box, what she saw scarred her to this day. It was the rotting, decomposing head of a young woman, chopped off. My mother immediately screamed and got out of there, where she fainted in the elevator. When she woke up, cops were everywhere, and the hotel was a CSI scene. The manager told her that Mr. M wasn't his real name, and he used a fake credit card to check in. The head of the woman was identified to be like a call girl or prostitute. I don't know how much more, or any nitty-gritty details. Needless to say, my mom quit that day. Story 47. We moved into a new house a few months ago. As we were in the process of purchasing the house, the renter who was living in it died unexpectedly of natural causes in his mid-40s. He died right in the middle of the living room. Shortly after, we move into the house, and almost immediately our 2-year-old daughter starts talking about the ghost that lives in our house. Now, let's be real here. She is 2, and 2-year-olds are very impressionable. Halloween had recently passed, and she had this Halloween-themed picture book that she loved to read. So, it's entirely possible that all this talk of ghosts was just coming from looking through that book on a regular basis. Still, she was always telling me that the ghost was in her playhouse in the basement, or that the ghost was on the stairs, or that the ghost was standing in the corner. She never seemed to be afraid of the ghost and considered him to be her friend. So, I was all that concerned, even if there really was a ghost haunting our house. If he's a nice and helpful ghost, it could certainly be a lot worse. I would often tell the ghost that he was welcome to stay if he wanted, but he was also welcome to go if that would make him happier. I didn't believe ghosts were real, and she supposedly could see and talk to him, versus the ghost being just her imagination fueled by her Halloween book. Until one day when we were going out to the car to go to daycare in the morning. It was still dark out and raining. My daughter told me that the ghost was on the back deck, and then she told me that today was the ghost's birthday and she wanted to sing him happy birthday. Once again, I mostly disregarded what she was saying, as she is birthday obsessed and has in the past made us sing happy birthday to Mickey Mouse, a bowl of fruit snacks, and the bathroom. So, we sang and wished the ghost a happy birthday and went on with our lives. Later that day, out of pure curiosity, I looked up the obituary of the man who had died in our house, and wouldn't you know it, it was his birthday. Story 48. I lived in an apartment a few years ago, 4 units upstairs, 4 units downstairs. I lived upstairs, and the apartment below me was vacant. I kept hearing footsteps through the apartment, and I knew that I shouldn't have. Nobody was down there. I asked someone to come over and listen, just to see if I was being crazy. Maybe I'm just hearing other apartments, since it is vacant downstairs and everything is kind of echoing. Wrong. I kept hearing the footsteps. This went on for a solid hour. Finally, I called the landlord and the police. Apparently, someone had broken in through the windows downstairs and was walking back and forth through the apartment with a knife. It was horrifying. Story 49. I drove past a car on my way to class and college. I always took the back roads to avoid traffic, so it was a bit odd to have a car parked on the side of the road. When I came back from class, it was still there. I drove by a bit more slowly and saw what I thought was someone sleeping in there. I thought that was odder still, but maybe someone was traveling and decided to pull off to take a rest and just fell asleep longer than they had planned. Nope. Next morning I read in the paper a wife killed her husband and dumped his body and the car on that road. Story 50. I was out in the middle of nowhere at a musical conference my wife was presenting, held at an old church retreat camp. One of her presentations ran way over, so the lodge's cafeteria was closed. With no car, no phone, and no vending machines. The only resort was to walk into the nearest town and get food. I grabbed a coated flashlight and had no issue on the trip down and snagged a pizza from a spot along the highway around midnight. On the way back, it was a different story. I had a severe feeling of discomfort. I could feel eyes watching me. This was out in the middle of the woods, so my first instinct is there's an animal following me. Knowing most predators like to hit from either above or behind, I turned on my phone light and kept it pointed behind me and swept my flashlight up and down as I walked. The whole walk back I heard rustlings, first along one side, then following behind. I kept a steady pace and acted cool even though I was terrified. Shortly before I was back on site, the feeling left. No more sounds. My wife and I enjoyed the pizza and slept in. 2 days later, we got a shock from the news. A homeless woman was found less than 1,500 yards from our site and had been mauled and partially consumed in what appeared to be a cougar attack. Estimates of the time of death were the exact time that I was walking back with the pizza. Story 51. My friend and I carpool to and from work together every day. It was late at night and I was waiting for her to come pick me up when her cousin drove past and told me she was running late and had asked if he could come pick me up so I wouldn't have to wait so long alone. I met her cousin only once, very briefly, at a wedding she had dragged me to a few months back. He seemed nice then and now, so I agreed. I was about to step into the car, but then I realized I had left my purse inside my work. I told him I would be 2 seconds and I was going to go grab it. I went back into work and grabbed my purse. My phone rang. It was my friend. She said she was on her way to come pick me up. Confused, I reminded her that she had asked her cousin to pick me up. Silence. She only had one cousin and he was on a missionary trip in another country. What the hell? Turns out, this guy had been memorizing every detail of my life and schedule and knew I waited for my friend every night to pick me up. He dressed up as my friend's cousin because he knew I wouldn't be afraid of him because I had met him, but I don't know him well enough to realize that it wasn't him. The cops, after a long chase, caught him. He had previously murdered 3 other women and in the back of his car were poisons, guns, chains, knives, ropes, and various masks. Story 52. I got into the elevator from the top floor to head down one day. The lift stopped at the 4th floor and the door opened. I saw people outside standing still, making no attempt to come in despite me being alone inside, and there was room for them. The automatic elevator door then closed, and right before it completely shut, I heard someone outside say, "Why are there so many people on the elevator?" Story 53. My uncle just got married. For their honeymoon, he and his wife and her daughter went to stay in a cabin on Big Bear Mountain in Southern California. They rented the cabin, unpacked all their stuff, and settled in for a 3-day stay. On the last night, my uncle was up watching TV very late. His wife and stepdaughter had gone to bed and he had to use the restroom. So he gets up, goes to the restroom, does his business, and then exits. The only light on in the whole cabin is that from the TV in the living room, but it was bright enough to light the whole living room and part of the hallway. As he opened the door to the restroom, he saw his wife walk down towards the kitchen. He figured she had gotten up and was hungry, so he was going to go talk to her. He followed after her, and when she reached the end of the hallway, she turned slightly in the direction of the kitchen and then at warp speed, walked, ran, or bolted out into the kitchen, faster than a human could move. This figure was wearing a long flowing white gown similar to the one his wife had worn to bed. Creeped out, he took a few steps back and peeked into the room and found them both in bed, still asleep. Needless to say, he couldn't sleep after that and they left the next morning. Story 54. Several years ago, my college roommate, let's call her E, worked as the night manager for a newly built hotel. As was par for the course, I would often bring coffee in around 1 to 2 a.m. and chat for a while. One night, I showed up to find E sitting at the front desk shaking her head, looking completely perplexed. Allegedly, she had just checked in what could only be described as the doppelganger of our other roommate, M, who was alike down to the same height, hairstyle, eye color, and southern accent. E tried to speak with the new guest and showed her a picture of M on her phone, but was rebuffed several times. We both chalked it up to a coincidence as we knew M was visiting her parents and we went to enjoy our coffee. Shortly after 2, I decided to head home. It wasn't until around 2:30 when I pulled into our garage that I checked my phone to see a series of texts from E to M and me at 2:17 a.m. Stop. Not funny. You guys suck. Naturally, I was confused at these texts and called her back. This is when things got weird and E sounded hysterical on the phone. Apparently, M and I had been standing at the end of the main hallway staring at her. We thought this was a joke and kept calling out, but got no response from us. Eventually, the front desk phone rang and in the time it took to answer it, we both disappeared. I calmed her down over the phone and the next morning we talked through the possibilities trying to rationalize what she saw. The guest who looked like M did come back to the front desk later that morning to inquire about some services and much to E's surprise looked only vaguely similar to our roommate. The only thing that scares me to this day and that I never told her is that when I got into our house the kitchen clock was stuck on 217 and directly next to it sat a photo of M and I. Still no explanations and nothing weird ever happened at the hotel again, but it still makes me uneasy to this day when I think about it. Story 55. I worked as a waiter in an old hotel in Scotland that was reputedly haunted. The restaurant and the part with the bedrooms were separate buildings and all on the ground floor. One afternoon we were expecting 2 elderly sisters to check in for a few nights. Friends of the owner and regular guests. Though being a newish member of staff, I had not met them yet. Well, one of the other waiters mentioned that they had arrived and asked if I would go put a bottle of wine in their room while they were being helped out of their car. I picked up the bottle, opened it, got 2 glasses and a tray and nipped out the back of the restaurant across the courtyard past the 2 old ladies getting out of their car and into the main building. I turned into the corridor leading to the bedrooms. Now, at this point I knew there was nobody else in the building. No other guests, and only the owner and a couple of waiters were around between lunch and dinner service. I had also been told the stories about the hotel ghost. Apparently, an old woman in gray who had hanged herself when it was a coaching inn. I was therefore perturbed to see a headless figure in faded Victorian dress shuffling away from me down the corridor in complete silence. Story 56. I used to work in my aunt and uncle's hotel in a Scottish village about 12 years ago, and the scariest thing that happened to me was one night when I was sleeping in the staff quarters and heard a banging noise from along the corridor. This was about 3 a.m. after most of the staff had gone to bed. I got up to go and tell whoever was coming in late to shut the hell up so I could go back to sleep. But the corridor was empty. Well lit, I have to add. This is key. So I walked down to the end of the corridor to see if it's people coming up the stairs drunk or whatever. I looked down to see a figure stomping up the stairs. The only way I can describe it is as though a shadow of a person was solid. There were no features on the face or clothes on its body. Imagine someone in a black morph suit walking along, but you could see things through them. I turned and ran back to my room and shut the door. I could still hear them stomping for some time, and I don't think I got a wink of sleep at all that night. I didn't leave my room until the sun was shining through my window. I asked a few of the other staff if they heard the stomping the night before, but nobody else did, and I never mentioned seeing somebody coming up the stairs. Story 57. I was typing up an email to a customer and saw something out of the corner of my eye. I ignored it for a moment and kept working. Then it sunk in. It was a person staring at me through the window. As I turned my head, they slowly walked out of my view towards the parking lot, so I hauled ass outside to confront them, but they were gone. Not a soul in sight for miles. I couldn't shake the feeling I was being watched for the rest of the night. Story 58. I need to use the restroom while driving one day, so I pull off at a gas station and roll up to the empty lot across the street. I was in the town of Kent, which was abandoned. I walk up to the bush line and notice a makeshift fire pit. The wood is somewhat burned, but not all the way. The weird thing is that there is an unscathed dollar bill stuck in the wood. For a second I was about to grab it, but then this sinister feeling came over me, so I decided not to touch it and finished peeing in the bush. As I'm walking back, I look over at it and I have a really negative feeling. I look to the ground in front of me, and right in front of me, looking up at me, is a rattlesnake. I stop dead in my tracks and walk very slowly and carefully around it while it stares at me the whole time. I ran as fast as I could back to my truck, feeling like somebody was right behind me the whole time. I kicked up a lot of dust getting out of there and have never stopped in Kent since. Story 59. I was driving north through the mountains of Colorado towards Pueblo, and this was my first time dealing with anything like the Rocky Mountains, so I was taking it nice and slow with my hazards on and in the right lane. This was in the spring and there was much snow on the ground aside from a light dusting. I remember passing another truck that was pulled to the shoulder on my way up. Nothing out of the ordinary. However, as I was heading down the mountain, which can be extremely scary, and an 18-wheeler, trust me, I saw the same truck I passed earlier fly by me in the left lane. Now being passed on the left going downhill in the Rocky Mountains by another tractor trailer is crazy enough. But what really makes this story is this guy's trailer brakes were on fire. He was pulling a load, and if you know anything about trucks, you know there's only so much braking you're supposed to do before they overheat and worst case catch on fire. This guy's truck looked like a comet as he sped down the mountain at what I thought was surely to be a deadly pace. I grabbed the mic to the radio and called out to him. "Hey driver, your brakes are on fire. I mean literally on fire." After a few seconds of static, a rough and weathered sounding voice comes back over the speaker of my radio and says, "Cool as a cucumber." I know, and he disappeared around a curve. I never saw any wreck truck emergency crews or even mention of an accident over the radio. I did see a discarded fire extinguisher on the ground at the base of the mountain though. Story 60. I was on vacation in Ithaca with my boyfriend at the time. We had literally, I'm talking 10 minutes, just gotten into town and stopped at a suspension bridge near Cornell's campus. I'm terrified of heights, so my boyfriend was coaxing me step by step over the bridge. It was gorgeous, and we stopped at the middle to take a picture. On the side we had come from there was a parking lot with steps leading to the bottom of the gorge, but on the far side there were hiking paths with no barrier. A woman walked past us and offered to take a picture for us. We declined, and she smiled and walked quickly to the far side of the bridge, where she smoothly jumped off into the gorge. There was not a second of hesitation. It was almost like she expected the path to keep going. Story 61. Driving to pick up a friend who was at this cabin party about 40 miles west of where I lived. It was close to 2 a.m., so I'm driving down this back road to find this random cabin somewhere, and I come across this red 4-door sedan with all the doors opened and 4 limp figures in the seats with their heads slumped over. That alone scared the hell out of me. Later on, I'm driving by again after a failed attempt at picking up my friend. Mind you, it's getting close to 3 in the morning, and only the front seat passenger door was open, and every person in that car was staring with a blank dead stare directly at me as I drove past at 10 miles per hour. Story 62. The wife and I had been married roughly 2 years at the time. About 2 months after we were married, she started having problems. Mood swings, anxiety, irritability, that sort of thing. But we were working opposite schedules at the time, so I was pretty irritable too. Well, her anxiety got worse and started a beautiful friendship with paranoia. Eventually she wasn't able to work anymore. She got to the point where she couldn't even leave the house most days. She required more time and effort to care for. Things were pretty intense for a couple in their 20s. We tried doctors but weren't getting much response from them. Mostly wait and see kind of thing. She kept getting worse and things got harder for us. By this point, I had been forced to quit my job so that I could keep an eye on her full time. I went to college taking courses online so I could make sure she stayed safe. Student loans basically sustained us for a while. We moved in with her mom and sister so that they could take turns watching over her. Anyway, after a couple of major depressive spouts, some self-harm, and a suicide attempt or two, the doctors decided they should be dosing her up. They tried putting her on a bunch of different medications. Some made her numb. Some made her heart race so badly that we ended up in the ER. One of the medications ended up making her extremely violent. She would lash out at me, bite me, scream insults and such. A couple of times I had to physically restrain her to keep her from hurting me, and I was the only one in the house that she would listen to, even in the slightest, when her brain was misfiring. As you can imagine, I try to sleep when she sleeps. Usually I'm a really light sleeper, and I wake up whenever she makes an unusual noise or rolls over on the bed. But sometimes I have schoolwork too, and the only time to finish it is when she's sleeping. So eventually I'd get a decent amount of sleep, crawl into bed, and sleep heavily. Then suddenly I'm awake. There's something wrong. The wife isn't in bed next to me. I realize that there's more light in the room than normal. The door is slightly ajar and light is coming in from the hallway. She's standing at the foot of the bed holding a big kitchen knife. We've been locking up the sharp implements, so at the time I don't know how she got it, and she's mumbling very quietly to herself. I strain my ears, and she's arguing with herself about the merits of killing me versus leaving me alive. They were nonsensical but mostly ran along the lines of he stops me from doing what I want, hurting people and killing myself. Those were the cons, and then there's no one else I can talk to. There's no one else I can talk to. And that was pretty much the whole of her debate. So you can imagine how I'm feeling at this point. Scared, terrified, exhausted. I had been dealing with such a high stress level for so long that I had started hallucinating that she had called for me when she hadn't, and I'm just at the point where I turn into a 17-year-old girl, and I just can't take it anymore. I look at her and tell her, take my life if you want. It's yours already. I gave it to you when we got married, and then I roll over and pretend to fall asleep. Of course, I'm straining my ears for any sound to warn me I might lose my spleen. But after a moment she crawls into bed, puts the knife under her pillow, and falls asleep. Once she started snoring, I carefully pulled the knife from under her pillow and returned it to one of the locked drawers in the kitchen. Then I took 5 minutes to shake like a leaf as the adrenaline wears off, and then another 10 to cry silently on the couch. Then I crawled back into bed, wrapped my arms around her, and fell asleep. To this day, she does not remember that incident at all. Story 63. I once woke up in the middle of the night and thought I felt someone holding onto my foot, which was sticking out of the covers. I looked over but didn't see anyone, so I went back to sleep. A little while later, I woke up again with a distinct feeling that someone was touching my foot. I didn't see anyone again and thought to myself, maybe I should get up and turn on the light. But then out of the darkness, I hear a voice say the light is burned out. In my half-dazed stupor, I accepted that and went back to sleep. When I woke up in the morning, I thought that was a really weird dream and reached over to turn on the light. It sparked and made a loud popping sound and burned out. I realized whoever was in my room had been right. Story 64. I woke up at about 3 a.m. to the back door opening. I was in a panic and couldn't hear properly over my boyfriend snoring. I thought I could hear quiet footsteps. Then I heard the lounge room door open and all of this noise. I tried to wake my boyfriend up quietly by nudging him and shaking him, but he wouldn't wake up. I knew I had to get up myself and look. I dialed emergency on my phone, ready to hit send as soon as I saw someone, and quietly opened the bedroom door. The lounge room door was only open a little bit. I turned my phone light on and kicked the door open. There stood my dog, totally stunned. He had a shortbread cookie in his mouth and a ripped plastic bag with more cookies at his feet. He clearly did not expect to be caught on his snack run. Story 65. I worked as an assistant in the morgue. As a med student, I got to open and study the bodies that people donated to the university. All the bodies were stored in a giant walk-in freezer. Also, the morgue had a motion sensor system inside the freezer, so if you get stuck inside, an alarm would activate and someone would come help you. One time I was working alone because my teacher was doing some paperwork in his office that was in an adjacent building. I heard a lot of noise, but I thought it was my teacher in the other building, or something like that, when suddenly the alarm goes off, scaring the hell out of me. In that moment, I thought the teacher was stuck inside the freezer, and when I was running to the freezer, my teacher grabbed my arm and told me, "I thought you were in the freezer." In that moment, we stayed there staring at the door until he stopped the alarm and opened it. I was behind him with a broom waiting for the worst. When he opened the freezer, we didn't find anything that could activate the motion sensor. There was anybody, at least not alive. We decided that it was enough for the day, and we left the morgue early. Story 66. So my major has a computer lab that has 2 stories underground. I have spent countless hours using these computers, and I have spent nights down in what us students call the dungeon. One night around 2 a.m. I went down the hall to go get some water. The lights use motion sensors. I was filling my water bottle. The last light turned on at the end of the hall, so there was this dark gap between me and this last light way down at the end of the hall. I was mildly creeped out, but then I saw somebody walking in the darkness towards me between me and the light. I immediately ran out of the building and went home. Story 67. I used to be a night janitor in a movie theater. We would go in at 4 a.m. and clean until the doors opened at 11 a.m. To save time, we would sometimes come in around the time the last movies were finishing and just sleep in one of the empty theaters, making sure we would be there when the shift started. Our basic MO was to use electric leaf blowers up and down the aisles of each theater, blowing popcorn and trash all the way to the bottom, then cleaning the seats up manually for anything gross or larger debris. This was expedient, but it was very loud, so it was easy to lose yourself in the work. Of course, the lights were on in the theaters to better assist in the cleaning, and usually we were the only ones there at the time, so whenever something strange happened, we would chalk it up to the other guy. There was one standing rule, though, that we all followed to the letter: no one in the projection booth. There was no reason to go up there. We didn't clean it. All our supplies were downstairs, and most of all, it was haunted. There is a phenomenon that happens with theaters and projection booths. No matter what, you always feel like you're being watched when you're walking around deaf from the sound of the blowers in an empty movie theater, and you happen to glance up at the booth. There is always unmistakably someone standing there watching you. Especially when you both go to either end of the building to the two exits of the booth and trap whoever it was up there, and there's no one there. We just don't mess with it. We all know to not go up there. Story 68. I worked overnight as a master control operator in my youth. One night around 3 a.m., I catch sight on the camera we have named at the back door, and there's someone standing there wearing a scream mask, staring at the camera and not moving. I go to the back door, which is magnetically sealed and deadbolted for overnight. The door is next to impossible to force open. I look out the peephole and there's no one there. I head back to the control and see them walk back into frame, wave at the camera, and then walk away. I called the police, but they didn't find anything, and the camera doesn't record. It's live feed only. Story 69. My first night in the mental institution, the guy I shared a room with introduced himself to me, and we made a bit of small talk. Eventually he asked me if I'd like to see something cool. Of course, I said. So he takes a light bulb out of the ceiling, lets it cool for a minute, and breaks it on the table. Right now I'm thinking this is going to be awesome. He's going to do some MacGyver stuff right here with the wire on the inside of it. Lo and behold, he broke off a rather large shard of glass instead. He proceeded to stab and rip open his arm, all the while laughing hysterically. It was a bad experience. Story 70. I lived in an old farmhouse that was over 150 years old in the 1990s, and at some point had been used as a headquarters for Union troops in Northern Virginia. Lots of creepy things happened there, but this is the scariest story I have. The house had a stone cellar divided into 2 rooms, and it always made me uncomfortable going down there to get anything for my parents. One day I was asked to go find some menial object that was in the cellar, and I knew it would be in the room with the boiler in it. The room that also had a dysfunctional light. So I made my way into the basement, and the light wouldn't turn on, but the object I needed was within the frame of light, reaching into the blackness of the room through the doorway. So I walked a few steps into the room, grabbed the object, and randomly glanced around. In the corner of the room was a dark shadow about 6 feet tall and humanoid in shape. It scared me at first, but then I remembered my dad kept his 6-foot-tall John Wayne cutout in the basement. So that had to be it. I calmly turned to my left and nearly jumped out of my damn skin as I came face to face with John Wayne just inside the doorway and leaning against the wall. I spun around and stared into the empty corner where the dark shadow had just been standing moments before. I sprinted out of that cellar and refused to go down into the basement for at least a month after that happened. Story 71. I was annoying my mother when I was around 7 years old. I kept pestering her for something which I couldn't remember now. Probably something stupid. Then her demeanor changed. Her expression was of a different person and she became very still. I asked her what was wrong and she replied, "You have 10 seconds to run. You have made me very, very angry." Of course, I asked her what. And at first she started counting down very slowly. Then she whispered, "Run." That's when I started sprinting up the stairs, crying my lungs out, and then she started running after me, trying to grab onto my ankles. I managed to make it inside the bathroom and lock the door. She was banging and screaming on the door like a crazy person. I have never been more frightened in my life. I stayed locked in there for what felt like hours until she stopped. My dad eventually got home and got me to come out. My mom was acting like nothing had happened at all. Story 72. My mother is seriously mentally ill, but in a way that she has hid from most people beyond close family. My father worked nights, and my grandma, who lived in the same apartment complex, babysat me during the day while my mom worked and Dad slept. One night after walking home from my grandma's, I came in to find my bedroom spotless. My mom had made my bed and turned down the blanket, having tucked my pajamas underneath as if someone were lying there. She had even wrapped the arm of my pajamas around my bear. She sat completely still and quiet next to my bed, holding one of my pajama sleeves. When she saw me, it seemed like she didn't recognize me. She said, "Who are you?" Playing along, I replied, "Oh, it's just me." I should add that my mother was very cruel, both physically and mentally. She often gets this look on her face that is hard to describe except to say that she is not there at all. My therapist calls it disassociation. This was the look she had that night, and being familiar with her abusive behavior, I turned on my heels, telling her I was going back to my grandma's. She beat me to the door, blocking it, and proceeded to tell me that she didn't know me, but I couldn't leave because she wanted to tell me about her real daughter. She then went into detail about how much I looked like her daughter and how I was about the same age before she died. I was and am thoroughly convinced that if my father had not come through the door, she would have killed me that night. Story 73. Until the age of 4, I lived in an old, lower-income neighborhood that was in slow decline. The small house we lived in sat on a corner and had a rear detached garage. The side street was more of an alley and was mainly used for kids going back and forth between two streets. My bedroom window faced the side street, and there were vines that covered more than half my window, but I could see through to the side yard and the street. One night my mom must have forgotten to pull my shade, and I laid in my bed across the room looking out the window. It bothered me that the shade was up, and throughout the night I would wake up and look. Each time it was the same. Vines, branches, and faint light from the corner street light illuminating the neighbor's fence across the street. At one point I woke up and stared out the window for a long time. My brain finally sensed something was wrong, and my vision clicked into focus at one part of the vine-covering portion of the window. There was a face looking at me through the gap in the vines. My 4-year-old self suffered a silent heart attack as I clenched my eyes shut and moved under the blankets. I don't know how long I stayed like that, but sometime later that night our doorbell rang. I heard it and jumped from bed and moved down the hall. I have an image of my dad standing at the door saying, "Who's there?" At that point I told my mom about the face in the window. The police investigated and they discovered that somebody had broken into our garage and tried to enter the house. As far as I know, they never caught the person, and my parents had no known enemies. So apparently some random stranger that was looking at me through my window that night tried to get into our house for whatever reason. Story 74. My family and I used to live in a rough neighborhood when I was a kid, 7 years old. One night it was just my mom, me, and my 2 siblings at home, and my dad was gone on a business trip. That night around midnight someone started knocking on our front door. My mom woke up and went to the front door and asked who it was. No one answered. She thought that maybe it was some kids playing ding-dong ditch. So she went back to bed. About 30 minutes later again someone starts knocking. She gets up and peers through the side window to see if she can spot anyone out there. But nobody is there. She starts to worry, so she goes back into the room and grabs my dad's shotgun and sits in the living room in the dark waiting. Again there's knocking. My mom begins shouting at whoever was standing there that she was going to call the police, and if they tried to come in she would shoot them. At about 2 a.m. the police finally showed up and they did a search outside of our house while we waited inside. After their search they tell my mom they had found a piece of barbed wire about 4 feet long next to the front door and asked if it belonged to her. She said that of course it wasn't hers and asked why it would be there. The cop told her that it probably belonged to whoever was knocking on the door and he planned to wrap it around her throat when she opened. They said she was very smart to not open the door to see who was there, otherwise that could have cost her her life and ours. The cop said that they patrol the neighborhood until morning and do a thorough investigation once there was some daylight. That morning as they were searching around the house they found footprints leading around the back to the house leading up to my bedroom window. Story 75. I am a truck driver, and this is by far the scariest thing that has ever happened to me. I pulled into a rest area off the highway in the middle of nowhere one night at around 3:30 in the morning. The place was completely deserted. Not a single truck or vehicle of any kind anywhere. As soon as I parked my truck I reclined my seat and fell asleep. It wasn't alarming at first, but I could faintly hear the sound of a dog growling somewhere outside. I started to wake up, however, as the sound of the growling was getting louder and louder. It sounded like a dog was walking towards my truck growling. Then all of a sudden the growling stopped, and I thought for a moment that I could get some much-needed rest. But then abruptly the growling started up again, and it was right outside my driver's side window. I opened my eyes and looked out. There was a crazy-looking man with his face up against my window growling at me. He looked totally insane. I started my engine and drove the hell out of there. Story 76. I was upstairs playing video games when I heard a dog whimper from the kitchen area, which is right at the bottom of the stairs. I figured that it's my dog having to go out, so I call her and ask if she does. But she just runs upstairs. She looks as though as someone just scolded her, but she's a timid dog, so I thought nothing of it. 5 minutes later I'm finishing up the game and about to let her out when I hear the same dog whimper, but my dog is right next to me. I'm a little weirded out, and then it happens again, followed by what I can only describe as a meager attempt of a human imitating a dog whimpering. Now I'm flipping out. I'm not sure if there's an intruder or what. Trying to be rational, I'm thinking maybe my uncle came with his dog to check on me and they're just playing downstairs. While all these thoughts are going through my head, the whimpers continue. The dog goes and then the human just back and forth. All of this takes place over maybe 30 seconds. I finally grow a pair and start to approach the top of the stairs as quietly as possible. My dog has also gotten up at this point and looks scared. But as I got to the stairs, the noise gets quieter. I hear one last muffled human whimper, except this time it sounds like it's upstairs in a corner. I nearly had a heart attack, and I kept a knife on me the rest of the week. Worst yet, over the past month my dog has gone missing 4 times. And I'm talking like my mom alerted the neighbors and did a full search through the house, inside and out, not finding her for hours. And then suddenly we hear her crying from a closet upstairs. She somehow locked herself in. It's the first place we check now, and even then there's been a time where she's missing. The closet is open, so we continue the search, and then 10 minutes later we find her locked in that closet. Story 77. When I was younger, I spent the day helping a neighbor rake leaves on his property. He was friendly with my family, so he walked me home to say hi to my parents. We walked into the house and heard my mom upstairs talking. It sounded like she was on the phone and walking around. I called for my dad. No answer. My neighbor says, "Well, it sounds like your mom is on the phone, so I'll catch them another time." We say goodbye and he leaves. I go upstairs to see my mom, but she's nowhere to be seen and she's no longer talking. I search the house and it's completely empty. I'm thinking, did she leave the house while I was saying goodbye to the neighbor somehow? I call my dad's cell phone because my mom didn't have one at the time, and he picks right up. I ask him where he is and if he knows where mom went. He responds, "We're at the grocery store. We've been running errands for a couple of hours." Instant goosebumps. My neighbor and I both heard footsteps upstairs and a woman's voice. No idea who it was, but we both heard it. I waited outside until my parents got home. Story 78. When I was a kid, I had no curtains or blinds over my window in my room. There's a street lamp just outside my window, so anything that walks past my window would cast a shadow on my wall. 2 nights in a row I woke up and looked at the wall to see the shadow of a man. I didn't have enough courage to turn and look up at the window to see who it was. It was late at night too. I knew it couldn't be my dad because I could hear him snoring. The worst part is my bed was in front of the window with my head at the bottom of the window, so whoever it was behind me could probably see me. This is the scariest thing that's happened to me because it's not something supernatural. There's a good chance there was a man just standing at my window in the middle of the night watching me sleep. Story 79. My apartment was robbed once and broken into again a couple months later. The scary part: I had just moved in when I got very, very ill. I had to go stay with my parents while getting treatment at the hospital. No one had been to my new place or knew the address. It was full of unpacked boxes as I was too ill to move in properly. They left the TV. They left the jar of cash on the dresser. They only took my diaries. Multiple diaries. I always buy the same kind and they date back for years. They were packed in different boxes too. Someone had rifled through my stuff, found the diaries, and took only those. They even left my recipe books, which are the same style as the diaries. So they had to have checked. My apartment was on the 3rd floor. There was no sign of a break-in, but there was small handles on the outside of the pillars on the porch that went all the way to the ground. Maybe they climbed. The second time, I returned home one night to find the light outside of my door was off. I didn't think much of it except that I would need to call to get it replaced. I unlocked and opened the door and tried to turn on the light. Nothing. I thought maybe the power had gone out, but then I looked over and saw my microwave with the correct time on it. Something about that scared me, and I went to wait in my car after I called the apartment complex on-call agent. He came over and I waited outside. He eventually came out of my apartment and told me to call the cops. Turns out, nothing had been taken, but every light bulb in my apartment had been unscrewed just enough so that the lights would not turn on. The cops came and checked it out, found nothing suspicious, but told me to stay somewhere else for the night. The next day, after telling my sister what happened, she and her boyfriend drove in from 3 hours away and installed deadbolts. This was totally against the complex's policy, but the management was just as creeped out as I was. Nothing else creepy happened in the 2 years that I lived there, but I'm positive that somebody was there. Somebody broke into my apartment more than once. Story 80. My older sister and I shared a bedroom since there was a time period when her and I couldn't sleep either due to horrible nightmares or noises in the night. Her and I started sleeping in the same bed. I had a queen-size bed and she had a twin. We both slept in my bed because we were scared to sleep alone. My bed was pushed up against the wall, and this wall was connected to our garage. One night, my sister shakes me to wake up and says to me, "Do you hear that?" I sat up groggily and stayed silent. Then I heard a bang like someone with a closed fist hitting the other side of the wall of where my bed was pressed up against. A few seconds later, another bang coming from a different part of the wall. I sat there in disbelief. Our door was opened and you could see across the hall into our parents' room, and their door was shut. Then another bang. So finally my sister made a fist and started punching the wall back. As we sat there in silence, my cell phone started to ring. Who the hell is calling me at this hour? I thought. So I crawl over to where my phone was on the floor. It was plugged in and charging, and I see my sister's cell phone on the display screen. I turn around and look at my sister and say, "Your cell phone is calling me." Her phone was charging right next to mine on the floor, and she had one of those flip phones that back in the day you had to literally open up to dial out. Her closed phone somehow managed to call my phone. She looked at me and said, "What?" When she checked her phone, on the outgoing calls was my number. We hauled ass out of our room. It was just very creepy how it all seemed to have happened at the exact same time. We never did figure out what was banging on the wall. Story 81. When I was in my teens, my parents took a vacation but left their cars in the driveway. It was just my grandmother who lived in our house, my younger sister, and myself, for almost 2 weeks. One random night, I woke up to our dog growling and the motion sensor lights in our backyard turning on. I got up and walked towards the front of the house and noticed a shadow coming through the bottom of the door crack. Somebody was standing there. I slowly crept my way to the peephole, and when I looked out, I saw an eyeball looking in. I froze for a second in a panic and then rushed to the phone to call 911. As I was running away from the door, the person did one really loud slam on the front door and gave off a laugh that was very similar to the Joker. As I'm calling the police, I run to one of the windows to see if I can see what the person looks like, and I notice a very old car speeding off down the street. I never knew who it was or why they were there. The police believed it was probably a burglar, thinking nobody had been in the house because the cars hadn't moved in days. Story 82. I live in a loft in a downtown area next to a few bars. The entrance to the building is a street side unmarked door randomly placed between businesses. It usually goes unnoticed. It opens directly to a staircase leading to the 3 apartments here. It's been a constant fear that drunk people from the bars mistakenly make their way into my foyer. Back in October, I had the shock of a lifetime. It was about 3 a.m. on a work night, and I woke up hearing 2 very distinct voices coming from my living room area. I have 2 friends who have keys to my place in case they are at the bar and need to sleep it off. But neither voice sounds like them. Then I heard what sounded like eerie violin. I thought 2 drunk people had broken into my apartment, and I guess decided to watch a movie or something. I was freaking out and trying to figure it all out. I just hid and hoped that it would go away. Finally, the sounds just completely disappeared, which was just as disheartening. I didn't hear any footsteps, so it made me think they grew aware of my presence. I grabbed a weapon I keep next to my bed and slowly creeped toward the living room. Nothing was there. It was pitch black and everything was turned off. As it turns out, my neighbor who owns the film studio I live above pulled an all-nighter editing his entry to the Halloween horror film contest that he hosts every year. He was reviewing his film and accidentally paired with my soundbar instead of his own. He played the audio very loudly to a horror film to me in my pitch-black apartment at 3 o'clock in the morning. Story 83. I worked on a cruise ship for 7 months as a youth staff, taking care of kids while the parents partied up. At certain parts of the day, we closed the playroom to the older kids and just let parents with their children that are under 2 come in. One day, this woman comes to the gate with a double stroller with 2 of the most unusual-looking babies I have ever seen in my life. She asks if she can come in with her babies. Of course, I oblige, but something seems a little off. She takes the babies out of the stroller and puts them on the blanket that we have toys placed upon the middle of the room. It is then that I realize what was so strange about these babies. They were dolls. This woman was taking pictures of them with the toys and pretending they were alive with names and everything. I just looked over at my co-worker and she is giving me the same look of shock and horror that I had on my face. We had no clue what to do or what to say. News spread quickly to other crew members on the ship about her. Apparently, she bought gold bracelets for them at the jewelry shop on board. That woman is by far the most amazing and scariest person I have ever met at sea. Story 84. When I was a teenager, there was an abandoned mental hospital a few towns over. My friends and I used to go explore it, and one evening we were walking around and it was very dark. We hear something, shine our flashlights to the left, and there is a man walking down the hall in the dark with no flashlight. He doesn't say anything, doesn't make eye contact, nothing. Just keeps walking straight towards us. We keep our flashlights on him until he turns the corner. We didn't say a word to each other and didn't stop running until we got back outside. Once we were out, we stopped to catch our breath and discuss it. All 3 of us saw him. It was our imagination, but of course, no one has believed any of us when we told the story. Story 85. I was up late, like around 11 p.m. because my 2-year-old had a high fever. I was holding her in my lap as she slept while sitting downstairs on the couch. I was watching TV, but wasn't really paying attention when something moved out of the corner of my eye. Across from the couch are 2 double doors with floor-to-ceiling windows. The shades were open and I could see out onto the back deck. Well, something was hanging off the screen door that opened outwards towards the deck. It was swinging back and forth and was staring at me. It looked like a tiny man, but the head was scrunched down like it was fused with its shoulders. I couldn't really see the face, but it seemed like it was grinning at me. I just sat there frozen in fear and watched this thing swing back and forth, back and forth. I finally got up the courage to gather my daughter in my arms and sprint away from the family room and up the stairs to my bedroom where I called my parents. They didn't live far and my dad came over with a shotgun and walked around the perimeter of the house. He didn't find anything, not even footprints. I know what I saw. I was wide awake. I still get freaked out when I lay on the couch late at night, so I always close the blinds and lock the door. Story 86. So there was one night I was sitting in my living room around 1 a.m. just watching TV and playing on my phone and so on. From the couch in my living room I could see through the dining room and out into the back garden. I'm watching TV and notice a slight flicker of movement out of the corner of my eye, so I quickly focus my attention to the dining room. That's when I see some guy just standing at my dining room window staring at me. I bolted upstairs faster than I ever moved before and grabbed the metal bar that was off of a set of dumbbells. I wait for what feels like an eternity and then decide to go into the front bedroom opposite side of the house where I saw the guy, and I peek out the window to see him casually strolling down the street. I didn't sleep that night. Story 87. Before my parents decided to switch rooms with me, I was sleeping in the back room, which is a converted porch with its own door to the backyard and windows on two sides of the room that reach from the floor to the ceiling. I would hear walking on the side and back of the house a lot during the night, but always figured that it was just a stray cat or a skunk or something. One morning, however, around 4 o'clock, I woke up because I heard walking right outside my window. I knew it wasn't an animal, especially when through the faint morning light, I saw a person's head and shoulders move past my bedroom window. My parents told me it was just the wind, but I know what I saw. It was definitely not the wind. Story 88. My uncle was a truck driver for many years. He spent several years doing cross-country trips, often loading up his trailer in the middle of the night. While he waited for his trailer to be loaded, he would make his way over to a nearby truck stop, have a late-night meal, and shoot the breeze with any other drivers there. After a while, he would make friends with drivers that were on a somewhat similar schedule. He befriended this particular guy that he would run into about once a month or so. One night, the guy invites my uncle back to his truck. He wanted to show him something he built. This guy's semi has a sleeper on the back, so it's very big. Basically, it's a semi-truck with a small room right behind the driver's seat to sleep in. My uncle is intrigued by what kind of custom work this guy has done, so he goes along with him. Once there in the truck, the guy showed him what he built in the sleeper of his semi. It's a big, heavy-duty box. Apparently, it has hydraulic arms on either side, so he can open and close it with the push of a button. He tells my uncle that once he pushes the button, it seals shut. It can't be opened. My uncle is kind of weirded out by this and cracks a few jokes about the box. Then the guy starts to get a little agitated. My uncle realizes this and decides that it's time to leave this guy's truck. A few months later, he finds out that the guy was a serial killer, stuffing truck stop hookers and others into this custom hydraulic box. At this point in the story, his hand starts shaking and he can barely drink his beer. That guy was massive, he says. His hand could cover most of my head. He could have stuffed me in the box and there's nothing I could have done to stop him. Or maybe there was someone in there already. He says he still has nightmares about it all these years later. Story 89. When I was growing up, my family moved to a cul-de-sac when I was around 8, and my brother was in the ballpark of 9. We immediately befriended 2 girls who lived next door to us, who were our ages, and we hung out with them every day. We would frequently go down to a bike path located behind the circle of houses that occupied our street to ride around on our skateboards, walk to the nearby shopping center it eventually led to, and basically just hang out. The bike path went through the woods and went in both directions for a long time, and we would often wander into the woods and play in the creek, catch crawfish and frogs and all that huckleberry thing kind of stuff. Well, the first or second week we lived there, my brother, these 2 girls, and I were playing around in the creek a good way down from our house, and we went exploring into a short sewage pipe. It was barely 20 feet in total, and you could easily see both ends, which drained into a collection of large rocks. After we had sufficiently crawled around in this sketchy rainwater runoff pipe, we started climbing up the rocks to leave. My brother noticed something in the rocks and picked it up to discover that it was a small wallet-sized and relatively recent portrait of himself that had been taken at our school for the yearbook the prior year. It had signs of aging and water damage and seemed to have been there for a long time. I think our initial reaction was to laugh at my brother for looking goofy or something, but looking back, I can't believe how I didn't see how sinister and weird it was. Story 90. I was home last year during a break from university with a friend, and we decided to go see a friend in a different city in his university. It was a small city with rivers, hills, and forests. At night, we decided to go in a nearby forest to smoke and drink by the river, but still being on the main road. So, we were standing with our car parked, and I was drinking while both of them were making joints and smoking. It was about 11 at night and dead dark with no lights or people for several kilometers. We had been standing there for about an hour when a guy in his 20s came out of the tree line and walked up to me and said, "You guys really shouldn't be here this late at night." My friend who used to study there heard me talking to someone and started walking towards me, but then stopped in his tracks. When I noticed him, I saw that his face was white. He told me to get in the car and that we were leaving. I told the guy thanks for the advice and that we were leaving and told him goodbye. For 10 minutes, my friend didn't talk, and when we were out of the forest, he finally broke his silence and told me that this guy who was talking to me was a boy from his university who had died on the same road 2 years back in an accident. I told him he must be mistaken, but he said he looked exactly like the boy that died. We were so scared that we didn't go home that night and spent the rest of the night getting high by a nearby river. Story 91. I was home alone and heard the doorbell ring. I opened up to see this man there holding a large square bag. He starts talking about how he's an artist and is opening up a gallery soon, so he wanted to sell a couple of his paintings for a lower price to drum up interest. I'm Canadian and very polite, so I just nodded and let him open the bag and start showing me the paintings. They were nice. Couple landscapes, couple portraits, and then the weird one started. It started with nude art. First one was painted and it was alright, and then the second one seemed more photorealistic and depicted a very messed up looking orgy. Then it went through bestiality and then straight up gore and just got really intense and awful. The man stood there flipping through the canvases and grinning at me. At one point he made a step toward me, and I just blurted out that I didn't have any money to pay for anything, and then slammed the door in his face. I checked a couple minutes later, and he was just standing there looking at the door. I shouted out from my window that I was going to call the police, and then he left. Story 92. When I was a teenager, I lived in my father's basement. He would frequently go on business trips, and I would be alone in the house for up to a week at a time. One evening in spring, I was up alone watching TV at around 2 a.m. when I heard through the open windows what sounded like two distinct sets of footprints outside, walking from the front yard around the side of the house and into the backyard where they stopped. It was then that I realized that since all my lights were on, I couldn't see outside, but from outside you could see me. I immediately panicked, shutting off my TV and lights. So now I was alone in my basement with no lights on, with what I thought were two people in my backyard. I don't know how long I was frozen in the darkness, but after I didn't hear any more sounds for a while, I quietly crept upstairs to try to get a better look into my backyard. Thankfully, all the lights upstairs were already off. Unfortunately, with the way the bushes and the patio umbrella were set up, there were large blind spots where it sounded like those footsteps stopped. I considered calling 911, but then when my father would inevitably find out, I knew I would be forced to stay with my aunt when he went out of state. So I stared at that deck, waiting to see movement for at least 10 minutes before I began convincing myself that my mind was playing tricks on me. I decided to go investigate outside. I grabbed the closest thing to a weapon I could find, an old shepherd's axe. Went out of my front door and crept around the side of my house, crouching behind a bush. I finally mustered the courage to swing the axe into the bush and shout, "Hey!" Nothing would happen, right? No one would be there, and I'd have a good laugh, albeit an embarrassed one, when I realized I was just being paranoid. Instead, I immediately heard the sound of deck chairs scraping on wood and two sets of human footsteps running off into the opposite direction. My heart stopped. I felt like I blacked out for a second from the adrenaline rush. I ran back around the side of my house, the direction I came from. There was no time to think. I made it to my front door, swung it open, rushed inside and slammed it shut, and stood there in the darkness, practically hyperventilating. I stared out into the street, waiting to see someone leaving the property. But no one did. It was then that I realized that now I wasn't safe inside my house like I thought I would be. I was trapped. I ran out the front door into the middle of the street where I could scream if I saw someone. Surely by now, I should have called the cops, but I wasn't thinking clearly anymore, if I ever was at all. Now I was facing my house, but I still didn't see anyone, so I glanced to the left down the street. Nothing. Then I looked to my right. Two male figures were walking away from me, a block and a half down the street. As soon as I noticed them, they turned left at the T-junction onto the main road and disappeared out of sight. For some reason, I ran after them, and when I turned that corner, no one was there. There should have been nowhere to go, and they would have only made it about a half a block if they were walking. They must have had a car waiting or began running as they turned the corner. What the hell were they planning on doing? I'll never know. Story 93. I was around 12 years old, and I was asleep in my family's living room since I was sick and it was winter. My house has terrible insulation, and my room was always cold. So I was asleep, and at around 2 in the morning, I'm woken up to the feeling that there's someone in the room with me. I always slept with a flashlight since I read a lot, so it was in my hands when I woke up. I turned it on and pointed it in the direction of where I thought the person was. Right there, a foot away from me, was a man kneeling down, staring into my face. The light hit his face, and he turned and ran away into the darkness. I let out a blood-curdling scream, and my mom and dad came running down the stairs. He disappeared, and we never found him, but when my dad was checking the house, the back door was wide open. Story 95. Back in junior high, it was the first time my parents left town and left me alone for a week. It was going good. I stayed in the basement, and the entrance to the hallway that leads to my room had decorative beads hanging in the entranceway. I'm in my room watching TV with my faithful dog laying at the foot of my bed. All of a sudden he starts barking wildly. A bark that I had never heard out of him before. It was almost a cry. I think something is wrong with him, and just as I almost get a hand on him, he jumps off the bed and dives under it completely silent. I get to the floor to look under the bed for him, and I hear the beads in the entranceway start to rattle together as if someone ran into them with a lot of force. I spin around and sit there scared shitless for a minute. There's nobody there. Then I grab a bat and go investigate. The beads are still swinging with force. Every door and window in the house is locked. There aren't any air vents close to the beads, and my dog refused to come out from under the bed for another 2 hours. To this day, I have no idea what caused those beads to rattle or what scared the hell out of my dog. Story 96. In a house living with my girlfriend and another couple, I'm watching TV at around 2 a.m. in the living room. My girlfriend is asleep. The other guy is asleep, and I assume the other girl is out in her study, which you had to go outside to get to, so the back door is unlocked. From my vantage point you can see a portion of the kitchen which is next to the back door. I hear the back door swing open, assume it's my housemate, and continue watching my TV show. About 15 minutes later, I happened to glance through the doorway into the kitchen, as I hadn't heard my housemate leave the house again or wander through to the bedrooms. And what do I see? A man standing in the corner of the kitchen looking at me. He had a brown jacket on, dark eyes and dark hair, shoulders slumped, staring at me. When he sees that I've noticed him, he moved out of sight. I get up from the couch and run to the kitchen, but he's gone. I carefully slip out the back door, but there's nobody there. Out the front door, nobody. Down the street, just nowhere to be found. I have no idea who it was or why he was in my house. Story 97. My 4-year-old son can walk but likes to crawl rapidly while pretending to be animals and such. Several months ago, my wife and I were watching some TV after our kids had gone to bed. Suddenly, late at night, we heard our 4-year-old son's bedroom door open, and then the sound of him rapidly crawling down the hallway toward the living room. We figured he was trying to sneak up on us and was doing poorly. My wife looks at me and mouths the word "watch" and gets up off the couch. She moves toward the hallway and pounces into the entrance to startle our son, only to stand up looking confused. She looks at me and says there's no one there. We go into our son's room and he's completely asleep. So of course we go check on our daughters, and they are asleep as well. We both heard it, and it scared the hell out of both of us. Story 98. It was around 2002, and I had just married my wife, and we had just had our first baby. In the middle of the night, my wife sat up to go check on the baby, and when she put her feet onto the floor next to the bed, she felt a body. She reached down and lifted an arm. She thought it was me on the floor at first, but then she reached over and felt that I was still lying next to her. She screamed. I woke up and turned on the light. There was a man passed out on the floor. I called the police and they took him away. The police think that he broke into our house and passed out next to our bed. The disturbing thing, he was holding a hammer. Story 99. When I was a kid 10 years old, I lived out in the country. My best friend lived next door, and there were a lot of open fields around our houses with trees everywhere. One summer we were out exploring and playing and found this giant old tree out by a pond a few miles away from our houses. As we approached the tree, we saw that a girl had climbed it and was sitting in it. We said hello, and she said hello back. She told us her name was Sarah. She was really nice, and I thought she was really cute. We sat under the tree and talked with her for a good half an hour before we left. We came back the next day, and she was there again, but this time she was sleeping. We decided not to wake her up and just left. We didn't come back until 3 days later, and she was there again. As we approached, I felt a sickening feeling in my stomach. I realized she was wearing the same clothes as the last time we saw her there when she was asleep. I climbed up the tree, and I'll never forget what she looked like. Her face was dirty and was covered in ants. Her cheek was split open and bleeding, and both of her eyes were completely black, like someone had been hitting her. We started running home, and on the way there we saw a man leaning against another tree watching us. He was too far away to make out the details of his face, but I felt strongly right away that he had killed her. When we got home, my parents were not there, so we went and told my friend's dad. He called the police, and his dad didn't let us go back again until the next day. The girl's body was gone. I have no idea where she lived or who that man was. We never saw him again, and as far as I know, he was never caught. We didn't do much exploring after that. Story 100. I was driving home through back roads I had never been on and came across a bookstore in a tiny town in the woods. The bookstore was actually a house where the front of the home had been converted into a store. There was a box on the porch that said 50-cent books, so I stopped to see if there were any Stephen King books in there. A middle-aged woman comes out with a huge smile that seemed a little disturbing and gave me a bowl of fruit and some tea. Even though the woman kind of creeped me out, I thought this was pretty cool. I rifled through the books while eating the fruit and drinking the tea. Inside the store, or the house, there were a lot of cool art books and stuff. So I spent some more time in there. She brought me some more tea even when I said I didn't want any more. She kept refilling it. She gave me a dessert too, brownies and cookies. I didn't realize it at the time, but she had been slipping things into my drink. It's very hazy to remember the details, but at some point she closed the shop, telling me to take my time looking at the books. She told me that she was going to go take a shower and was gone for a while. When I was finally done, I had my books in hand and was ready to pay. I wandered to the back of the house to find her. I found her in her bedroom. She was lying in bed naked. This, of course, was very alarming. You might think this is kind of a sexy situation, but it wasn't. She was an elderly woman and had been telling me how I reminded her of her kids in college. I told her I was ready to pay, trying not to look at her, and she told me how to open the register. So I went and opened it, put in what I thought I owed, took out the change, and left. When I stumbled outside, a fire truck drove by screaming with sirens. In the distance was a glow of a big forest fire, and the stars were being covered by smoke. A tall man on a horse watched the fire truck pass. He looked at me, took a piece of wood or something out of his mouth, and said, "The town is burning." I swear to God, I have a crystal clear memory of this happening, even though I'm sure it couldn't have. At this point, I guess I was seriously just tripping out on something. I'm not a substance guy, so I don't know what I had, but I was out of my mind and could hardly walk. I got back in my car and drove home along twisting roads on tall cliffs above an ocean. Twice I realized I was on the wrong side of the road. One of the times I realized this because a massive truck was headed straight for me, laying on the horn and flashing its lights. I kept thinking about how my car could be like an airplane and a submarine if I drove it off the cliff. I can't believe I made it home alive. Later I realized I was in that house for about 7 hours looking at books the whole time. At least that's what I hope I was doing. Story 101. I used to live next to a hospital. One day walking home, I was stopped by an old man who clearly had trouble seeing. He asked me to help him cross the road to the hospital. I agreed, and he grabbed a hold of my hand very tightly. At this point I noticed his fingers were stained brown from tobacco, covered in scabs, and his fingernails were very long and dirty. I started to think that my good deed for the day would be a bit regrettable. When we got to the other side of the road, he still had my hand grasped so tightly I couldn't politely pull it away. "Do you want to see my eye?" he asked. One of his eyes was squeezed shut. With his free hand he pulled the lids apart, and I realized to my horror that he had no eyeball, just an empty socket. I started babbling, still trying to be polite about how that was very interesting, but I had to go. Then he uttered the immortal words, "Do you want to put your finger in it?" He was pulling really hard on my hand, trying to force my finger into his empty eye socket. At this point I gave up on politeness and struggled my hand free and just ran away. I could hear him laughing as I ran off. Story 102. When I was a child, I was always stricken by this irrational fear that when I went outside at night, I had to walk straight into the house without looking back, because if I looked back, someone would be following me. One day after dinner, I went out to the car to get my book bag, and I was continuing my ritual of walking straight inside without looking back. Adrenaline pumping, anxiety going full force, and I just stopped and said to myself, "This is stupid," and I turned around. I saw what appeared to be someone crouched down behind my car and was peeking their head around. They were just staring at me and smiling. It appeared to be a woman, maybe in her 40s or 50s, with curly hair. We made eye contact for a second, and then she ducked back behind the car where I couldn't see her. I stood frozen for a second and then ran inside. I told my mom, and she went outside to check. There was no one there. My mom didn't exactly not believe me, but she didn't seem very concerned either. Story 103. Back in the 70s, my grandfather dropped my grandmother, my mom, and her 2 sisters off to do some shopping on his way to work. Since he had gone to work and wasn't able to pick them up, they hitchhiked home. My mom at the time was only around 10 or 11 years old. Middle sister would have been around 7 or 8, and the youngest was a 1-year-old baby. They get picked up by a guy in a pickup truck who has them all sit in the back row with one of them holding the baby. My grandmother was giving directions to their home from the highway, but the guy ignored her and went by their exit, claiming that he had to make a stop first. He didn't really say much else to them during the drive, but my mom remembers my grandmother being very quiet and very nervous. Eventually they come up to a farm when the driver tells them to wait in the car and goes inside the house. While he's gone, they just sit there terrified. They're in the middle of nowhere and know they couldn't make it out on foot. A few minutes later, the driver comes out with a second guy who looks into the truck and sees my mom's youngest sister, the baby. He starts flipping out, screaming at the driver that he shouldn't have brought the baby back and that they aren't going to do anything with her. He ends up telling him to get them away from the farm. The driver gets back into the truck, apologizes, and they get back on the highway and drive again in silence. My grandmother, normally a very smart woman, had him drive directly to their house, although I suspect her reasoning was she had already given him the address before anything seemed off. They lived at that house for several years, and luckily never saw either of those men again. Story 104. I love to ride my bike along country roads. Not far from where I live is a tiny town called Three Oaks, Michigan. One Saturday my wife was working and I had nothing to do, so I strapped my bike to my car and drove the hour to Three Oaks. I parked in the scenic downtown area and then rode out of the town and into the surrounding countryside. As I wound my way further into the remote countryside, houses, businesses, and cars grew increasingly scarce. Eventually there were only an occasional house or two every half mile or so, and cornfields and small woods flanking the dirt and gravel roads that I pedaled down. It's on one of those back roads where a minivan drove past me. Within moments of it passing, it turned around, pulled up alongside me. I looked over at the passenger. A woman in her mid to late 20s was looking at me with her window down. The driver, a man of seemingly the same age, leaned over the passenger and said to me in a slight southern drawl and with a big smile on his face, "Hey, do you know David Christ?" I thought for a brief second, but I don't know any David Christ, so I said so. The driver said, "You don't know him at all." I said that I didn't and apologized, and then pedaled on. The van sat for a moment longer and then pulled a U-turn and drove off in the direction it was originally heading. I thought nothing of the encounter. Maybe the driver was a friend of David Christ, and he thought we had met through David or something. I don't know. At the time, I didn't think I had any reason to worry. I continued on my ride, turning down this road and heading north, and then turning down that road and heading east. I didn't have any agenda. I was just out to enjoy the summer day and meander through the relaxing countryside. Maybe 10 minutes later, and on an entirely new road and heading an entirely different direction from the one I had first met the van, I saw the van again. We were heading toward each other, and I gave a smile and a nod as I passed the driver. I remember thinking it was an odd coincidence that I should come across this van again. The driver stared as he passed me, and he had a big smile on his face. At this point I began wondering what they were doing. They might be lost and looking for this David Christ guy, or maybe they just enjoy a scenic drive and thought I looked like a friend of a friend or something. I didn't know, but at that point I was starting to think about the situation a little more critically. I continued taking a twisting, turning, meandering path, taking this road and then turning onto that, heading north, south, west, east. Then I came across the van again. Again they were heading in my direction, and I pulled alongside them. The driver rolled down his window and leaned out. He was a late 20s white man with a few inches of goatee and a baseball cap. He had a large smile plastered across his face again. I stopped my bike and looked at him, waiting for him to say something, and he just looked at me for a good 30 seconds. Now 30 seconds doesn't sound like a long time, does it? But you go flag down a stranger and then just stare at them for 30 seconds, and you'll realize that in that kind of a situation 30 seconds is a lifetime. Finally he spoke and said, "Hey, do you know David Christ?" The same question. This time there was no smile on his face. He stared at me, and I was thinking to myself, is he joking? Does he really not remember asking me this same question 20 minutes ago? Is he just being funny? Is he high? Is he drunk? After a moment I told him that I still didn't know anyone by the name of David Christ, and I pedaled off down the road. It's at that time that I realized exactly in how remote of an area I was. I peered down the road I was on and didn't see a house on its entire length. I was flanked by a cornfield on one side and a forest on the other. I looked over my shoulder and saw the van slowly driving down the road behind me. It couldn't be a coincidence that I came across this van 3 times now. Not with me taking random roads heading different directions. It made no sense why anyone driving would take that same maze of roads. The only thing they could have been doing was just driving around. But why would they stop me and ask the same question twice? It was quite strange, and I was beginning to become a little concerned. I decided to begin to head back toward the town center. I pedaled hard, and the gravel road ahead of me continued with a bend to the right. As I neared the fork, who should come around the bend but the same van? I gripped my pocket knife, which I always take with me on rides like this just in case, and then realized all they would have to do is run me down with the van and I would be in serious trouble. As the van drew closer, I was ready to jump off and run into the cornfields. The van slowed down as it approached me, and the driver rolled his window down and leaned out again, but this time I didn't stop riding. I increased my speed even though I knew I could never outrun the van if they gave chase. I looked over my shoulder and saw the van sitting in the middle of the road. I took the right fork and continued on the gravel road until I could no longer see the van behind the corn rows, and then I stopped. I got off my bike and crept along the cornfield until I was at its edge. I peeked down the road I had just been on. The van was in the distance, driving away from me. I ran back to my bike, and then as soon as the van was entirely out of sight, I turned around and took the left fork along the dirt path. I rode as fast as I could, knowing that if the people in the van had nefarious things in mind, and if they caught me on this dirt path flanked by cornfields and far from an area that anyone would come across us, that would be the time that they would move in on me. My ruse worked, or perhaps the van was never after me at all, and I made it the rest of the way to the town center without seeing them again. When I got home later that day, I was still replaying the events in my head, and the name David Christ kept creeping through my mind. Was David Christ someone famous, I wondered? Like a musician? Should I have known David Christ? I decided to Google the name. I tried a couple of different spellings for Christ, but it was the Christ spelling that revealed a terrifying result. I came across a newspaper article from Knoxville, Tennessee. The article explained how a man named David Christ had turned himself in after stabbing another man at a gas station in 2013. The article included a photo of this criminal David Christ, and I believe it was the same man that was driving the van. Had a baseball cap and a few inches of a goatee, and the man in the van was a dead ringer for David Christ. I did an inmate search of Knox County, and there was no David Christ in the inmate population. Somehow, David Christ escaped. Or maybe he was never convicted, as I couldn't find any articles about sentencing. In less than 2 years after attacking the guy for some reason, he had made his way to Michigan. Why was he driving along these back roads? Who was the woman in the passenger seat? And why did he keep asking if I knew of him? Do I know David Christ? Yes, I do now. Story 105. This happened in my freshman year of high school. I'm 20 now, and this is the first time I've thought about it in a while. I was in my 3rd period class, the second to last period before the school day was over. I was in my literacy workshop class. The class was pretty small, probably about 10 to 12 kids other than myself. We were doing some type of activity as a class, so it was pretty loud. We were all having a pretty good time when the classroom phone rang. My teacher picked it up and immediately looked at me. After about 5 seconds, She said someone was on the phone wanting to speak to me. This caught me off guard, but I assumed it was one of my parents asking a question. But they usually would just text me. I got up and the teacher handed me the phone and resumed what she was doing with the class. I put my ear to the phone and was about to say hello when the person on the other line interrupted me abruptly. "I'm going to kill you, chop you up, put you in a bag, and throw your pieces in the back of my truck." He also began giving me my own personal info like my address, phone number, and the street I live on. He told me what class I was currently in and my teacher's name. I didn't have an opportunity to say anything before he just hung up. I didn't know who this person was. My teacher and classmates began to wonder what the person on the phone was saying to me because I never said a word, and I'm sure my facial expression looked a little odd. The teacher asked if everything was okay and I responded, "Yeah, everything's fine." At the end of class, I was going to tell my teacher what the person said, but I decided not to for some reason. I didn't think my teacher would take it seriously. All of this had me wondering, who the hell was this person on the phone? How did he know all of this information? And why me? Why would he say these things to me? What did I do to him? I have never wronged anyone bad enough for them to feel this way. After basketball practice, as my friend's mom was driving me home, I didn't see anything too unusual. Since this happened in the winter, it was dark by the time we were driving home. At one point, I did notice a black pickup truck that drove away right as we pulled into my driveway, but I couldn't see the driver. I never told anyone what happened that day in class, and I never heard that man's voice or seen that black pickup truck ever again. Story 106. When I was about 12 years old, I had a lot of issues with night terrors, and rarely slept the whole night through. One night, I got up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom. I sat down half asleep, thinking of nothing but emptying my bladder and then going back to bed when I see movement out of the corner of my eye. There was a man standing by the other door to the bathroom staring at me. He was wearing a tattered gray jumpsuit and had a crutch. I don't remember how I got to my parents' room, but suddenly I was there, hysterical. My dad got up and went into the bathroom in the kitchen to look around. He didn't find anything, but allowed me to sleep on the couch in their bedroom anyway. I didn't fall back asleep. About an hour or so later, I heard the sliding door to the bathroom from my sister's room and limping footsteps. The next morning, my dad searched around again and noticed that the fridge in the pantry had been raided. I have no idea who the person was and I never saw him again. Story 107. I used to live in a rented house that sat across the street from a fairly bustling city park. At night, when the park was deserted, I would walk out my front door and sit on my porch and look at the trees and the stars. One night, around 1 a.m., I opened the front door and started to sit down. That's when I saw a man standing in the park. He was directly in front of my house. The man was dressed all in black and was wearing a mask. The mask was just a plain white face and was extremely creepy to look at. The sight of this guy sent a chill down my spine. He didn't move at all, although I know he was looking at me. The entire neighborhood was silent and still, and we just paused there, holding our ground, looking at each other. We watched each other for a long time and then he suddenly walked away. I ended up calling the police because I figured this guy was casing the neighborhood or something. The cops came and took my statement. A couple of months later, I'm doing some yard work around the side of my house. I'm pulling a huge tangle of weeds out from a thicket underneath my kitchen window. I see something that looks like trash. No. I pick it up and look at it. It's the mask that the man was wearing that night. Story 108. I was on vacation in Hawaii with my family in an area of the big island that was pretty sparsely populated. We pulled off the main road to go check out what was supposedly a really nice place to watch the sunset. It was getting sort of late, twilight time, and we finally got down to this spot. We pulled in and there were 2 other cars in the parking lot. Both older rusty-looking trucks. We figured they were probably there for the sunset as well. So we got out of the car and began looking around. I happened to glance back at the trucks and noticed something really strange. In the front seat of both cars were 2 people wearing horse head masks. Not saying anything. Not moving. Just sitting there. I thought, okay, that's really odd, and I tapped my mom in the shoulder to point it out. She glanced over and saw what I did. My dad just laughed it off, claiming they were probably just prankster teenagers. I waited a few more minutes glancing back at them before saying that I was getting really weirded out and that I wanted to leave. My mom agreed, so we started going back to our car. I looked back at the trucks, and the window had rolled down on the side facing us, and the people in the masks had turned and started staring at us as we walked back to our car. We got back in and backed up, then started to leave. I looked behind us, and the people had leaned out of their windows and were watching us. Still with the masks on. The road was dirt and really potholed, so it was slow going. After a few minutes of driving, they appeared behind us. I looked back out the window, and they were all still wearing their masks, just staring at us. We got back on the main road and drove away from the house we were renting, and they followed us. The nearest police station was about a half an hour away, but we drove to it, and when we pulled in, to our relief, they kept going, but they all turned to look at us as they went past slowly. All of them still wearing the masks. We waited for about an hour at the station and eventually went back to the house. After we were sure they were gone, I spent the rest of the vacation terrified that they would somehow show up again, that they had been following us. I have no idea who they were or what they were all about. Maybe some locals having a laugh at tourists by creeping them out, or maybe something worse. Story 109. My mom was separating with her husband at the time before my father, and was basically on her own to get back to where her family lived. She has good memories of some of the people she hung out with, and even uses those encounters to convince me that people are generally good, which I often disagree with while stuck in traffic. One particular occasion is what caused her to stop hitchhiking. She was in a car with someone who happened to turn down a road that raised my mom's suspicions. You know the kind of road. Dark, isolated, unpaved, in the middle of nowhere. As he's driving down the road, my mom asks him, "Where are we going?" No response. The guy pulls the car to a stop and then gets out. As he's walking around to her side of the car, she puts her backpack between herself and the door. He opens the door and she pushes the backpack into his chest and jumps out through the driver's side door. She explained that she basically ran out into the woods and hid behind a tree. The guy kind of walked around aimlessly through the woods for what she explains as an eternity. Eventually he got back into his car and left. She told me this story when I was about 10 or 11 years old. While people usually are fearful of the crazy hitchhikers she explained beside, most people tend to overlook. Story 110. When I was 17, I didn't have a driver's license. I walked most places. occasionally catching rides with friends and less occasionally hitchhiking. The night in question was one of those seldom seen occasions when I decided to hitchhike, having worked late and being too exhausted to walk home. Now, most of the time when I would hitchhike, I wouldn't get in the car with a lone man. Only women, or rarely men with a girl or kids in the car. This night though, cars were few and far between, and it was very cold. And really, if I'm being perfectly honest, when he pulled over I took a good look and figured I could take him if he tried anything. He was on the slender side and had a strange frailness about him. I got into the car after we'd agreed on a destination. We exchanged names and I warmed my fingers in front of the heating vent. He spoke quietly, asking a few questions along the lines of was I a local and how did I like living there. He said he'd only been there a couple of months but found it beautiful and hoped he could find happiness there. That comment struck me a little odd. It kind of made me uncomfortable, but I brushed it off. It began to snow and the road quickly got slippery, so he slowed and kept his eyes straight out the windshield, driving silently. I was okay with that, as small talk was never my forte. About 10 minutes later, I noticed a car near the intersection that we were approaching that seemed to be sliding, so I said, "Watch out." He immediately hit the gas, shooting through the intersection, and burst out with, "Don't you ever raise your voice at me again." Needless to say, I was taken back and I responded, "Look, this is close enough, just pull over here and I can walk the rest of the way." He didn't seem to hear me. "Richard, did you hear me? I said you can pull over here and I can just walk." No response. He just stared straight ahead, driving faster now than he had been since it began to snow. To say I was scared doesn't seem to cover the depth of fear that began to arise inside me. I didn't know if I should stay quiet or speak, but I damn sure was not going to raise my voice again. After about a mile, he began to mumble under his breath. I couldn't quite make out what he was saying, but I assumed he was speaking to me. So I said, "I'm sorry, I can't hear you." He began to speak a little bit louder and rapidly, saying things like, "You're always yelling at me. I've told you time and again I do not appreciate being yelled at, but do you listen? No. No, you're always yelling at me. Well, I'm done listening to you now. Do you hear that? I'm done." I was at a complete loss. I didn't know what to say in response, or if I should say anything at all. I contemplated just jumping out of the car, but I mixed that idea when I realized the door lock was missing. There was just a silver-lined hole where it should have been. My eyes began to water, and I debated with myself about causing an accident by grabbing the wheel and hoping for the best, when he suddenly looked at me for the first time since I had gotten into the car. He blinked several times rapidly and then slowed the car, pulling into a gas station. I waited to see if he would unlock the doors, not wanting to say anything to set him off again. After a minute or two, he quietly said, "I think I better let you out here," and hit the button to unlock the doors. I wasn't about to hesitate. I jumped out of the car as if it were on fire. I was about to turn and walk into the gas station when he called my name. He looked so damn sad that I hesitated. He apologized, said he was sorry if he frightened me, that he never would have harmed me, and asked if I'd be able to get home okay. I said yes, that I would, and closed the door. He began to pull out of the gas station lot, but then stopped suddenly. He just sat there for a minute, his head down. I froze, wondering what the hell he was doing, and I was about to run into the station. He rolled down his window and yelled out to me, waving something in his hand. It was my hat. I had left it on the seat. I approached his side of the car and he handed it to me, apologizing again. I didn't know what else to say, so I just said thank you. I watched as he drove off, making sure he was out of sight before moving on so he wouldn't know which direction I was walking. I had decided to go towards a friend's house instead of home. As I walked, I went to put my hat back on and out fell a piece of paper. Folded into the paper was a $100 bill. The paper said, "I'm sorry, please take a cab and don't ever hitchhike again. Some people want to kill you and they don't know why." That was in fact the last time I ever hitchhiked. Story 111. I knew a guy named Mike who ran a coffee house. It was a pretty hip place, kind of beatnik live music, poetry readings, and open mic nights, but something about Mike was just a little off. He's the kind of guy that would stare at you too long when making eye contact. Girls all hated him and were completely creeped out by him. He had long hair, a beard, and drove a van, which didn't make anything any better. He just had an innate creepiness about him. If you asked him how he was, he's the kind of guy that would respond with, "Oh, I'm good. Just cutting up hookers and shoving them in dumpsters." Everyone just kind of knew he was joking, but still, who the hell talks like that? After about a year, he sold the coffee house to a friend, and I ended up managing it. Business picked up pretty quick after word got out that Mike wasn't around anymore. The place was really starting to turn a profit, and everything was going great. And then he started hanging out every now and then, being his creepy old self, leering at teenage girls and just kind of being generally inappropriate. I eventually had to ask him to not come back, and it got ugly. He made a scene. Fast forward about 4 years, and I'm sitting on my couch watching TV. The local news comes on and his face pops up on the screen. He had been arrested for raping and torturing 3 women. He was found with a woman shackled in the back of his van, and he had been driving around all night tasering and raping her. He's currently serving 3 consecutive life sentences. Story 112. This one night when I arrived for work, my supervisor looked confused and asked me what I was doing there. I said, "I'm here for work," and he said, "But they said you called in a few hours ago saying that you were sick." I was confused and said it must have been someone else and they got the message wrong. After everyone else showed up for work that night, it was a bit more weird. But we carried on as usual and assigned everyone their places for the night. I went to work in the control room where I usually work. The control room is the center of the prison that has direct control over the cameras, doors, phones, and everything else. After I relieved the guard on duty and settled in for the night, I looked at the message that said I called in. It said that I had called at 6:50 and said that I had gotten sick while out cleaning up after the storm. There had been a storm the night before and it was kind of bad, but not anything that I had to go out and clean up. It was truly weird. The supervisor came into the control room about that time. He was also a friend of mine outside of work, and we started talking about it, how odd it was. I decided to call my wife at home and tell her about it while he was sitting in there with me. I picked up the phone and dialed. After 2 rings, a man picked up the phone and with a raspy voice said, "Hello." I did not know what to say for a few seconds. I looked at the phone to make sure I dialed the right number, and I had. After a few seconds, the person said again, "Hello." In the same raspy voice, I said, "Hello, who is this?" "This is Taylor." "Who is this?" The person said. My head started spinning because my name is Taylor. And then I asked, "Where is Nan?" He responded, "Nan's in bed." "Who the hell is this?" I dropped the phone and told my supervisor to ring me out. I had to get home. I took off towards the door. I could hear Dave pick up the phone behind me and say, "Hello." Followed directly after with, "What the hell?" I ran to my car and drove home faster than what was legal, my mind racing the entire time. I busted through the door and my wife was sitting watching TV and was surprised that I had just come through the door. I asked her who was there and she said nobody and asked what I was talking about. After a rather long talk with my wife, I went to call the prison to tell them what was going on. But the phone was disconnected. I went back to work and when I came in, Dave was acting weird and asked me, "How the hell are you doing this?" He told me that when I left, he picked up the phone and the person on the other end sounded like me. Exactly like me. He told me he was completely freaked out and hung up the phone. A minute later, he was watching me leave the parking lot and my house phone called. He answered and said that it was me asking what was going on. He said that I sounded irate and said that I was sick and didn't feel like playing games and was telling him to leave me alone. After convincing him I had no idea what was going on, we went back to work. Later, I found out that the phone line for my area had been knocked out the night before by the storm. This is absolutely the strangest thing that has ever happened in my life. I don't know that I will ever be able to explain it. Story 113. When I was 16 and working at an ice cream store all alone late at night. It was the beginning of March in Canada, so the ground was covered in a thick layer of snow. I got a phone call. "I can see you," a man's voice whispered eerily. I looked around in a panic. The store had huge glass windows on all sides. I couldn't see anyone in the darkness. I cringed. The man began to vividly describe how he planned to murder me. I was terrified, and as soon as the shock wore off, which seemed like ages, I hung up the phone. I was hysterical. I rushed to all the doors and locked them. Then, I hid behind the counter with the phone. I couldn't help but cry. I called my boss and told him what happened. I asked him if I should call the police. I was shocked by his answer. He said, "No, it was just a prank." Opened the store. That man was probably joking. Just go back to work. I couldn't believe that my boss told me this. He wasn't even making money because it was negative 15 degrees outside and nobody was going to come into the store. But he wanted me to endanger myself by opening up when some psycho had been threatening me. I called my dad, who was furious. He came to get me within 5 minutes. I closed the store and he took me home. Needless to say, I never went back to work there again and never spoke to my old boss again. It was the most terrifying thing that's happened to me. Story 114. So this one evening I'm sitting on the train. This woman behind me is having a very loud conversation with someone over the phone. Something about some guy she thinks is cute or something. I keep listening, mostly because she's too loud to ignore. And things began to get weird. The guy that she's describing sounds like me. The clothes that I was wearing at that moment. So I turn around and this girl looking into my eyes says, "Oh God, he's looking at me now." The weird thing though, she's just sitting there. No phone, no earpiece, nothing. Yeah. I got off at the next stop. Story 115. So, most of this story takes place back when I was just a little kid. I lived in a nice neighborhood in a relatively small town in Southern California. I had this imaginary person growing up. At least, my parents convinced me that he was imaginary. There is a reason that I don't call him an imaginary friend. I would see him everywhere, but the majority of the times that I saw him, it was in my house. The man was completely black, and no, I don't mean race. I mean actually full-on pitch black. His clothes were indiscernible. His face was blank. The only distinct feature I remember were his red eyes. He had the most terrifying red eyes. The entire eye was red, not just the iris. It's weird writing about him now. I can see them in my mind's eye. It gives me the chills. It would never be an auspicious moment when he arrived. It wasn't the clock striking noon or the second the sun went down. It would be completely random. I would be playing with my Lincoln logs, and without as much as a whisper, he'd be there with me. He would never do much, just stare and smile. Then he would leave as quietly as he'd come. The longest he stayed with me was probably a little over an hour, just standing there, looking down. As the years went by, I began to get accustomed to his presence. He would appear, and usually I would just nod. I even got used to using the restroom around him. That's how often he was around, standing ever so close or ever so far away. The funny thing was, my entire family knew about him, and to this day they remember. They never saw him themselves. My sister was the one who always believed me. My parents were more skeptical, and eventually it became normal for them to hear about the black man standing in my room. I eventually stopped saying anything at all when he appeared. I tried everything, talking to him, yelling at him, asking him questions. One time I even got the courage to touch him. He nearly stepped away from my reach, so I left it at that and never tried that again. Occasionally, he would give me a smile. The reason I don't refer to him as evil, hateful, is because he never did hurt me. He never tried. He would just watch and smile. Those red eyes never stopped making me shiver. But that was mostly just me. We eventually moved out of that house. My childhood left me, and I bid goodbye to the shadow man, or so I call him. He was there on the last day before the move. His grin that day seemed to be plastered on his face. It didn't waver for a second. I was about 9 years old at this time. The next years of my life were blessedly free of his presence. No more watchful red eyes. No more crying myself to sleep. Fast forward to age 16. I was walking up to my room one night, late after midnight. I hadn't thought about the shadow man in a long time. I was walking down the hall that leads to my room when he suddenly emerged from my brother's room. His red eyes focused on me, and he flashed me a huge, wicked smile. He slowly walked across the hallway into my room. This is where most movie protagonists would chase him down and ask for answers. I turned around, walked back down the stairs, and left my house. I sat on the curb until morning. I haven't seen him again since. My sister still remembers him though. My parents remember hearing so much about him, but to this day, they still think it was just my imagination. To be fair, I am a pretty imaginative person. I daydream a lot, but nothing ever physically manifests out of these daydreams. I understand why my parents were skeptical. Story 116. About 4 years ago, I was sleeping and woke up randomly to see a person standing next to my bed. This person was clearly female, but very petite. Perhaps a teenager, or just tiny in stature. She was facing away from me and had her shoulder cocked up to her cheek, like the way you sometimes see people holding phones. Her hair was in a low ponytail. There was nothing surreal or ghostly about her. She appeared exactly as you would imagine a person would if you were to wake up in a dark room that is somewhat illuminated by moonlight. There was no mistaking the fact that someone else was standing only a couple feet away from my bed. I jolted upright immediately. Shock is putting it mildly. I remember my heart was pounding. The worst part about it was that she heard me sit up and reacted, turning her crooked head around to face me as if equally surprised to see me as I was her. I was so scared. I actually closed my eyes like they do in the movies, thinking that when I opened them, she would be gone and I could chalk it up to some kind of half-dreaming state. No. She was still there, staring at me. I started to fumble for the lamp on my nightstand. It felt like forever. I couldn't take my eyes off of her. I was so nervous that the noise would further prompt her to come towards me or something. When I finally switched it on, she disappeared. I slept with the light on for a very long time after that. I did not dream this, and I did not imagine it. Story 117. It's Friday night at around 8:45 of them. The little one's in bed, and I'm chilling with some friends online, gaming. There's a loud bang, and I'm instantly freaking out due to having my home, my safe place, invaded by some creeper twice in the past 3 months. I turned the volume on my computer down, trying my best to come up with excuses. Oh, it was the neighbors doing something. Who in their right minds would try to break into my house when they can see that I'm obviously awake with all of these lights on? The lounge light is on. It's quiet for a while, so I return to playing the game and talking to my friends. That's when I hear rustling. I think it's coming from the game, despite the volume being super low. But to be on the safe side, I turned the sound on the computer off completely. The rustling is still there. At this point, I think it might be that annoying pest, possum, that keeps showing up in my backyard. The banging could have been it jumping onto the garage roof, and now it was snuffling around outside the leaves, searching for some food. As I said earlier, who would try to trespass when they could clearly see that someone was home? If they did trespass, why would they be doing so loudly? I want to say it put me at ease, but it didn't. Fast forward half an hour, and the noises have stopped, and my cat is begging for me to let him outside. I hate opening doors and curtains on windows at night. Paranoia at its finest. But tonight, I had a reason to be paranoid at least. I kept the chain lock on the door and let my cat outside, and had a bit of a peek through the crack, seeing if anything was amiss on my front lawn. Nothing out of the ordinary, so I lock the door and head back to the lounge. 5 minutes later, someone tries the door handle. Finding it locked, I hear a laugh, and they start scratching on the glass as I frantically grab my phone and call the police. Whoever it was had left by the time they answered the phone, and police couldn't find evidence that anyone had been on the property. They did a sweep of the neighborhood, but couldn't find anyone on the streets either. Story 118. I live in North Wales, UK. For anyone who has had the pleasure of visiting, it is truly a beautiful place to live, though for an adolescent boy, it is certainly lacking in things to do. As a result, my friends and I would often find ourselves mindlessly exploring areas of countryside and coastline. Despite it being quite sparsely populated, in comparison to the closest cities, there is a dual carriageway running right along the coast from Wales into England. Also, train tracks run alongside this road for most of its course, occasionally passing overhead via a small cement bridge. There was one night a few years ago, when about 4 of us randomly decided to try and explore the inside of one of these bridges. as one of the groups had observed a manhole cover nearby, which we believed to be the entrance. On closer inspection, we discovered that several tools would be required in order to gain entry. We returned with the necessary equipment and proceeded to unbolt the cover. It wasn't long before we had removed the heavy steel disc and had started descending the ladder down into the structure. Once we had all safely reached the bottom, we decided to progress to the other side. At this point, we are totally confined into the narrow space that leads into the main area. So as we squeeze and crouch and at one point scrape along our bellies to the other side of the structure, there is a growing sense of claustrophobia between us. The distance from end to the other is surprisingly long, but by the halfway point, you can look down through narrow gaps into the motorway below. This was actually pretty cool, which helped keep us calm in a strange way. At this point, apart from the mild discomfort and confinement, we were still just a group of guys on an adventure. This was about to change dramatically. No more than a few meters beyond halfway, which we could tell due to the symmetry of the passageways through the bridge. One of us claimed they could see some object in the distance at far end. Slightly hesitantly, we agreed to investigate it. Bad move. I reached the end first, and let me tell you, I have never felt the same sense of dread before or since. In front of me was a single fold-away chair positioned facing the wall. On the wall was a partially torn page from a newspaper or a magazine showing a fully naked lady in an erotic position. The reason I don't just refer it to as porn is because something was different about it. I can't put my finger on it, but it seemed more sinister than sexy, if that makes any sense. More disturbingly, the eyes of the woman on display had been cut from the page, removed with precision, not just hastily ripped off. The scene that lay before us had rendered us completely speechless, and an overpowering sense of panic could be felt collectively. That was when we found the condom. The horrendous, gut-wrenching, blood-drenched condom. Needless to say, we got the hell out of there as fast as humanly possible, smashing our knees and shins against the sharp cement edges that lined the path to the ladder by which we had entered. Of course, we were all praying to God that the manhole hadn't been resealed, as it was impossible to tell until you reached the ladder itself. Thankfully, the exit route was clear, and we promptly dashed as far away as our legs could carry us. I'm sure this ending comes as a disappointment to some of you, as we luckily never bumped into this twisted individual who sits in that chair, but I must stress how radically out of the norm this was given where I live. I sometimes think, though not recently, as I had more or less forgotten about that night entirely, about the person who climbs down into that bridge and navigates through the darkness to sit facing the wall and do God knows what. You honestly couldn't envision a more surreal situation. Story 119. Around 2 years ago, I finally moved into a brand new house and brand new building estate in Australia. I was one of the first to have finished building in the area, and was elated to finally gain independence. The first few weeks went by as normal, and during that time, I would often take walks alone with the dog in the afternoons and roam the surrounding estate area. All the roads around us had been partially completed, and all the other properties were marked out, but no other houses were built, excluding one that was directly opposite of mine. The house looked finished, but there was no driveway laid yet, and from what I could gather, no one lived there. To the left of my house, roughly a few hundred meters away, was a field with a huge hill. For whatever reason, the council just didn't want people on it, so the whole area was surrounded by a huge chain link fence. The only other notable feature in the area was a small abandoned farmhouse with a shed a few kilometers down the road. I knew nothing about it, and often went walking there with the dog, as it gave me something mild to explore amongst the vast nothingness I was living around. The entire place was dilapidated and completely inhabitable, but it was still interesting nonetheless. About a month or two after moving in, I awoke one morning to the sound of a violin. It sounded extremely distant and quite haunting. I actually enjoyed it, and assumed that the neighbors opposite me had finally moved in. Excited that I finally had some people to talk to, I peeked out the curtain and saw the house opposite mine was still as vacant as it ever was. I got dressed, but by the time I managed to look outside, the violin had stopped. This happened roughly every second day for the next week. The violin would wake me up, and then just disappear after about 45 seconds. I had ignored it to the point where my curiosity simply got the better of me. And the next morning, when I heard the violin playing again, I immediately jumped out of bed and shot out the front door. I scoured the early morning surroundings, and there, up on the hill, was a figure playing a violin. It was barely light, but the person looked very tall from the distance I was, and as they were playing, they were doing what could only be described as a waltz-type walk, spinning slowly around in a circle as they played. I took my eyes off the person and walked over to pick up the morning paper, and in the 10 seconds that took me, I heard the violin stop. When I looked up, I noticed the figure was no longer playing or dancing, but was now standing still and looking in my direction. We both just stood there for half a minute, not moving, before the creeps got the better of me, and I went back inside. After that morning, things started happening. On my walks, I began to notice footprints on the surrounding properties that weren't made by me, and that I had never seen before, which I just assumed were from people walking up from other housing areas down the road. I never awoke to the violin, but I swore I could hear someone walking on the street next to my bedroom window in the early mornings. However, I never saw anything. One night, as I was heading to bed, I turned off the television in the living room, and again, could hear the faint sound of a violin playing. However, it sounded more muffled and rehearsed. I froze, and a cold chill flowed through me instantaneously, considering that it was about midnight, and not the usual time I would hear it playing. I went to the front window and peeked out to see that there was a light in the house opposite mine. It was clearly a candle, as I could see the dim light flicker in the empty window, and the music sounded like it was coming from an old record player. But in the 10 minutes I watched, I never saw any movement inside the house. I moved away from the window sufficiently freaked out, and after another 5 minutes, I heard the music abruptly stop. I peeked out again to notice the light was now out. I never saw anyone. I began to become unsettled in the house, and would often invite friends over to hang out until late. But of course, nothing would ever happen when someone else was there. I never bothered to tell any of my friends, as without evidence, I figured they would just give me shit about it, and I would just become more agitated. But nothing compared to what happened next. In my living area, the desk sits right next to a small window, which looks out to the fence surrounding my property. Unlike most of the other windows, I would never need to cover this one with a sheet or blanket, because no one could ever see inside. I usually had headphones on when I played, and I always had the lights off, for no other reason than I preferred to play games in the dark. One night, when I was gaming, I got up and walked into the dark kitchen and got a beer out of the fridge. It was dead silent, excluding the faint sound coming out of my headphones. As I closed the fridge and turned around to face the desk, I saw directly out the window 2 very, very faint lights. I didn't even catch on, and immediately started walking back to the desk, fixated on the small glowing balls, and it wasn't until I had my nose almost pressed against the glass that I realized the two lights weren't lights at all. They were eyes. A set of eyes sitting just above the fence line, staring in at me. They didn't blink. They didn't move. My entire body locked up. All I could do was simply stare back as my brain was still comprehending that there was an actual person looking at me in the scariest way I could ever possibly imagine. I don't know what happened. Either my head kicked into gear, or my muscles loosened, but my body automatically collapsed and I fell to the floor, scurrying to hide against the wall away from the window. I could hear my heart beating through the carpet like a drum as I tried to lay as flat as possible, and as my mind was still processing the sheer severity of the situation, a violin started playing. That damned violin, and the haunting tune it always emitted, started up. Except this time, it was directly outside my window, and much louder than I had ever heard it before. The lights were still off, and I wanted to get up to turn off the PC screen so I couldn't be seen, but my whole body just wasn't ready to cooperate. Not only was the sound of the instrument extraordinarily loud, but it sounded like it was being played with frustration, notes being missed frequently, and the strings screeching. The pace of it was getting faster and faster, and by this time, my dog out in the backyard had picked up on the situation, and registering an unfamiliar sound, gave one solitary, deep bark. The violin instantly stopped, and the house was finally dead silent, excluding my headphones, which I could hear quietly working away. I was still frozen to the carpet, and it wasn't until my dog gave a second, menacing bark, that I heard the figure outside the window start to walk away in the direction of my yard. Once that first footstep hit the ground, I instantly thought of the welfare of my best friend, my dog. My head connected with my extremities, and my entire body kicked into overdrive. I leapt from the ground and slid across the laminated floor to the back door, where my dog was standing, staring into the backyard. I ducked to keep low, and quietly unlocked and slipped open the door. Usually doing so would notify my dog that he was allowed inside, but when the door opened, he didn't move an inch, and was completely fixated on the pitch-black backyard. Everything told me not to go outside, but there was no chance I was letting anything happen to my dog, and I moved out onto the alfresco, moved behind my dog, put my hand under his collar, and attempted to back him up toward the house. My dog is pure Labrador, and weighs like a sack of sand, so when he doesn't want to move, it takes a sheer force to pull him in the direction you want him to go, and right now, my dog wasn't going anywhere. I yanked at his scruff, and as I did, he emitted a bark like I had never heard before, a deep, bellowing, "Get the hell away from me" bark that elevated my nerves to an all-time high. We both just stood there, waiting for some form of reply, and I couldn't remember how long we both just froze there, but eventually, I heard footsteps from around the side of the house begin to walk away, but not a simple walk, almost like whoever was doing it was slowly dancing in a circle, the footsteps keeping to a beat as they drifted away from the house into the distance. Once I couldn't hear anything, my dog licked his lips, gave me a look, and walked back inside the house. I followed, locked the door behind us, and spent the night reverting to my childlike self, hiding under my bed covers with my dog. I didn't sleep a wink. That was the last time I ever saw or heard the violin player. The following morning, when the sun finally came up, I called into work sick, and then called the police. They scoured the lot next to mine, and found footprints in the dirt. However, there were so many there, it was impossible to make them out. The only description I could give to the officer was his height. He would have had to be over 6 feet to stare over that fence at me. But they explained that he could have been standing on something, or maybe on his toes. They also told me that they have never received a report of anyone playing a violin in the area, or anyone having been in the fenced-off hill, either. I essentially looked like an insane person, but the officers were very nice about the whole thing, and offered to patrol the area for the next few nights, which helped put my mind at ease. Nothing else ever happened since then. Over the next year or two, people finally started moving in, and I tell them all the story about the figure I saw, some of which still used to keep their children in line, which I found funny. One guy nicknamed the council lot Violin Hill, and the name has stuck around our street since then. I even spent a period of time scouring the depths of the internet for that violin tune I kept hearing, but could never find it. There were a few classical pieces that seemed reminiscent, but I've since thought that whatever tune was played must have been self-composed, which creeps me out even more. I'm still in the house. I still tell people the story, and I haven't changed my routine one bit, which has really helped me to block out the fear of the experience. I play games with the blinds closed now. Thank you for watching. Thank you for listening, and I wish you good health. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel to support us. Thank you very much.